through the day. We have some exciting sessions planned, and so you may be seeing some children around. So there's going to be some fun activities with them also. Uh, for today's morning session, we have Dr. Kamalpreet Kochar as the chairperson. And may I request the speakers, Dr. Medha Kulkarni from the All India Institute of Ayurveda, and Dr. Rahul Mehrotra. I'd seen him somewhere around. Prasanna, can you just please check? Dr. Rahul Mehrotra is also here. So the two speakers we have for the morning session. So, Madam Chairperson, will just introduce Dr. Medha Kulkarni first and then proceed on to the next.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of us here, participants on the third day, last but not the final session. Very heartfully we welcome Dr. Medha Kulkarni ji. Dr. Medha Kulkarni is a BA MS MD, Swasthya Vritta. She has a PhD and she has a total of 27 years of experience in academic, clinic and research and development program. She has been a PG guide and a PhD guide, and she has worked as an examiner, paper setter, moderator in various universities, worked as NAAC, IQAC coordinator. So, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Dr. Medha Kulkarni ji.
Namaste and very good morning to all of you. So this is the third day of the conference and mine is the first session. So this was the last, I was yesterday asked for the presentation to do. First of all, I would like to give a brief work what we do at All India Institute of Ayurveda in the field of yoga. So we have a department of Swasthya Vritta and yoga. Swasthya Vritta is a department of preventive medicine. Along with we have also yoga component. We have separate yoga OPD for scholars as well as for patients. We run through programs. We take care of their well-being through yoga also, along with the Ayurveda medicinal management. See, yoga and Ayurveda have evolved simultaneously, as we know. Okay, so you all are learned persons from yoga. We also try to do therapeutic yoga. At the same time, we also try to do research in yoga. Since ours is the vision of All India Institute of Ayurveda is the tertiary care as well as research, because ours is a postgraduate and doctoral institute. So we took some projects also of yoga for to create evidence how it helps. So there are multiple institutions in India who take such kind of projects. To mention a few, one is the S. Vyasa University from Bangalore, MDNY in Delhi, and we also try to do some contribution in this field. So my topic today will be harmonizing body and mind, exploring yoga for well-being. Ayurveda, according to Ayurveda, the definition of health or well-being is samadosha, samagnisha, samadhatu, malakriya, prasanna atmendriya manaha swastha iti abhidhyate. So balance of physical, mental, social and spiritual well-being is called as health or swastha avastha, swastha health. And we know that one of the definition of yoga is samatvam yoga uchyate. So here also yoga tries to balance the thing. We know that yoga has spiritual science. It is for the moksha prapti, attainment of uh, enlightenment. But to get that enlightenment, our body should be healthy. So we get many references, or in each and every uh, component of yoga, the mention of health is, or the taking care of health is advised or mentioned. So through that aspect, we have to maintain health. आरोग्यम सततम रक्षेत ऐसे कहा गया है. तो धर्मार्थ काम मोक्षाणाम आरोग्य मूलभूतम. धर्म प्राप्त, अर्थ प्राप्त, काम प्राप्त, ये सबके लिए आरोग्य चाहिए. एंड आरोग्य, आयुर्वेदा बिलीव इन द मेंटेनेंस ऑफ हेल्थ. स्वस्थ स्वास्थ्य रक्षणम आतुरस्य विकार प्रशमनम. तो स्वास्थ्य की स्वास्थ्य रक्षा करना ये आयुर्वेद का फर्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव है. दिस इज द फर्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ आयुर्वेद. So in that aspect, we think about yoga, how yoga can help us. So what is the role of yoga? So I have already, ancient times हम देख रहे हैं कि yoga is being practiced. Rishi Munis were practicing it for the enlightenment, but they were also taking care of their health. In what we can say, jungles where they were sitting in alone, they used to take care of their health. And it is beneficial for the lifestyle related, and also as I explained in first my shloka, that is samadosha samagnisha, dosha dhatu mala, these are the physical aspects, and the prasanna atmendriya mana, these are the related to your internal psychological level. So atma is also mentioned in the definition of health, mana is also mentioned. So all these things put together, we have to think about the holistic health and not only the physical health. We all know that yama niyama ashtanga yoga. So yama niyama, you can correlate yama niyama with the Ayurveda's dashavidha papa karma. Ayurveda has also explained how to behave, how to take care of ourselves for the calmness or for the balanced mind. So these are similar to the yama niyama in the yoga. Okay. So these are the prerequisite conditions for the preparation or for the sadhana of yoga. And Ayurveda has given the code of conduct, which is called as Sadavritta. Okay. So to balance our health or to balance our mind body, we have to do certain practices. Abhyasa, satatam. Abhyasa, satata shilana abhyasa. So we have to do it regularly. Yoga also tells that abhyasa, swadhyaya. Swadhyayana. Every day you have to practice. So these kind of things, similarities are there in Ayurveda and yoga, and that's why yoga can help in the management of diseases, therapeutic conditions. Then yoga has shatkarmas, like Ayurveda has panchakarma, detoxification of the body, or the impurities which are accumulated in the bodies can be cleaned by panchakarma. So shatkarmas are explained. So shatkarmas, they are, so this is nothing but the deha shuddhi. Okay? So that is the taking care of your body is at most important. Then yukta ahara, diet is the integral part of our well-being. Okay? Ahara mahabhaishajya, it is called as mahabhaishajya in Ayurveda. With diet itself we can cure many diseases, because we see that if our diet is not good, we can our body can fall into the land up into the disease conditions. It's external thing that the bacteria, viruses, all these external things. But if your body is strong, we can fight that your infections, various infections. For that fit body, you have to have your diet properly. So yoga has emphasized on Yukta Ahara, as well as Ayurveda also has emphasized on diet. It's a, I will say that it's a unique thing in Ayurveda. No other science has contributed regarding diet as much as in the Ayurveda. Okay, Ayurveda has given very minute things, thought very minutely for the diet part. Okay, nowadays we see that we have deviated from whatever the diet part, and we are falling prey to the junk food and the dietary habits, and we are landing into the various disease conditions or lifestyle disorders. But if we follow the diet guidelines given by the Ayurveda, just a simple, for example, a simple, eat when you are truly hungry. That line is very important. Okay, nowadays nobody follows that. There are multiple things, as you have to keep fast for 12 hours, 16 hours, whatever, intermittent fasting, keto diet and whatnot. Many diet fads are there. But you follow, if simply listen to your body and follow the, what we can say, the what your body says, you can be healthy. Yoga also says that Yukta Ahara. What is good for you, you have to identify and then you have to practice it. Okay? And Mita Ahara. We all know that. Whatever needed. Nowadays we count the calories and we इसमें इतना है, इडली में इतना है, bread में इतना है, and we try to avoid. No, this is not good for me. This is not good for me. No, it's not like that. You have to follow your senses, whatever your body needs. If your body needs carbohydrates, you will feel craving for madhura rasa, that is the carbohydrates. Okay, if your body needs bitterness, if you eat lot of sweet things, your body definitely will need some spicy or the kashaya rasam, we call astringent thing, to counter that, to balance that. So balancing of our bodily humors, our bodily tissues is always tried by our body. That is the samatva, balancing. Okay, so the basic principle of Ayurveda and yoga is the same, samatva, to keep balance. So all these things are to be practiced for the well-being. Okay, then the meditation part, asana part, pratyahara part. So all these are the steps towards your balancing. Okay, and in last we go for the samadhi, which is the spiritual journey. But to follow that, to reach that step, we have to follow all these things. Okay, so well-being के लिए yoga practices are very much required. Kriyas, okay, Shat Kriyas, which I have explained. Okay, I'll make it fast. So all this physical and mental health, everybody knows this about. Yeah, from 2 days you are hearing all these things. I will jump to the last part. What we have done, what we have tried to do in our institute. So we have till date 2 projects. One major project of Brahmari Pranayama, how it affects your brain function, that we have taken in collaboration with IIT Delhi, and in that we have found very good results. In above 40 years of age group, we trained the people for the Brahmari, and then we took pre and post EEG and sound wave, how the sound waves affect their brain function, that we got very promising results in that. And secondly, we have done a meta-analysis of Surya Namaskara. The research projects as it is done in the field of Surya Namaskara, in which we found 41 studies for the as it is for the Surya Namaskara in various systems, in various body systems, and we found that the Samantra Surya Namaskara, what is the बीजा मंत्र के साथ जो सूर्य नमस्कार करते हैं, उसके बेनिफिट्स बहुत ज़्यादा पाए जाते हैं. तो the whatever Surya Namaskara are not mentioned in any text of yoga, but still we practice them because it is a set of asanas. So we took that as it. So this kind of work we are trying to do. Our scholars are trying to get into, gather the evidence into that, so that we should able to tell the globe that yoga has power of therapeutic aspect and a balancing of mind. What is needed in today's condition, that the balance of mind and body and social also, social, and then only we can reach to the spiritual thing. So I'm very much thankful for giving the opportunity to present my few thoughts here, and to the organizers, and on behalf of All India Institute of Ayurveda, I wish all success to this Heartfulness organization. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Medha. The chairperson herself wants to present some of the activities that she had been planning for some time as part of the overall medical humanities work at AIIMS, and how they wish to partner with different departments and organizations on this medical humanities thing. So, Dr. Kocher, she needs no introduction. Yeah.
So, good morning, Pranam. Hope you had a good day yesterday and a good night's rest. So, I should have presented this on the first day, but we were, as you all know, pressed for time. So, my students Sujata, Sunil, Shweta, Saloni and Raiza, we have collectively made this presentation on value education, spiritual health and well-being. So the aim of the conference, as you know, was mentioned under these 8 overarching and not mutually exclusive themes, starting with Indian values and spirituality, and then evolution of consciousness. Then we had a very nice session, primarily with 2 nursing teachers also, communication, empathy and professionalism. Yesterday also, Dr. Liz gave a beautiful and a very engaging and what we call immersive learning session on heartful communication. And we all enjoyed the insightful and inspirational special session by Dr. Deepak Chopra on future of well-being and neuroscience of enlightenment. And from Harvard and Oxford, we had very good scholarly panel discussion on how we redeem the spirit of medicine, how we regain the paradigms lost in corporate commercialization, and how we again revisit medicine as a service, and a service which gives joy to us, which fulfills our higher needs of self-actualization. Then role of meditation for excellence in healthcare, and Dr. Bharat Shah, Professor Deepak, Akshay Anand, Sister Vidhatri, including hope, healing and health, all was discussed. And then we had a very good session on socially impactful and value-laden approach to healthcare, where my colleague Dr. Sanjay Wadhwa, he very nicely said how to train medical doctors and nurses to get a spiritual history. And then there were some questions, about what I call a slightly lower rung on the ladder. That is, we were equating spirituality with the creed or the beliefs or the religions. But believe me, today's conference, which we are having, is a secular conference. Yesterday, Shaunak Rishi Das, who's actually an Irishman, and he loved Hinduism and its concepts, and therefore he converted and has been acting as a director of Oxford Center for Hindu Studies. Then Dr. Barry Curzon, he's here, sitting here. Give him a big hand. He took us through what we call a virtuous upward spiral of the 9 stages, and how we keep attaining more and more till our darkness becomes lightness in color. So spiritual consciousness and contemplative practices. and what enthused us and inspired us to hold this under the direction of our Honorable Director, Dr. M. Srinivas, was that, and also guidance from our teacher, Professor R.L. Bijlani, who said that in IIT also we have a National Resource Center for value education in engineering, and why don't we have something like this at AIIMS? And he's been trying to do this, but Dr. Srinivas was the one who responded and said that yes, it shall be done, and it shall be done before G20 completes to fruition. And we all know Vasudev Kutumbakam was discussed yesterday. And we all know that in the 19th century, on the World Congress of Religions, we as youngsters were, the idealism of adolescence. We were fans of Swami Vivekananda. We still are. And that is transcendence. All the bright students sitting here and the younger ones who came here some time back and who we call our brighter minds, And then we had books which we were given as gifts, as prizes, Utishtit, Jagrit. That is, arise and awaken, not just rising up in the morning with the bed tea, but awaken your spirit. And that is also what we call a sustainable development goal for our country, to put the nation first. And yesterday we all saw the clip on Chandrayaan landing. So salute to our younger scientists and salute to their enthusiasm. And this is a quote by Swami Vivekananda, that, so many things are happening, and we know the ocean, which we call Pacific, means peace, or Prashant Mahasagar, and the deeper the ocean, the more is knowledge, which is bursting to come forth, and we want ambassadors of spiritual and value education sitting there, who are the leaders and health providers of tomorrow, to take up this charge. And so we can start from Dr. Barry: forgiveness, Shama, responsibility, that is accountability, then sharing and caring, which Dr. Liz said, then doing your best, giving your what we call 110%, then respect for each creature, which was also alluded to by many speakers. So we were all joined together over the last 2 days in our themes, in our synchronicity, in our resonances of the mind, how each of us can contribute and add value to the status of healthcare and health education in the country today. And then freedom, very important, honesty, not just of money, but of mind, body, spirit. Trust, that is faith. We all tell our students the first day they enter that medicine is a fiduciary relationship of faith, so we should do it bona fide and not mala fide. Then understanding, which Dr. Liz also said, Dr. Elizabeth also said, that meditation, the practitioner and the seeker, both, unless there is some kind of understanding. And in scientific validation also, when we say consent, it should be informed consent. And then we said informed written consent. But now we say informed, written, and understood consent. That is the real ethics. Okay. And then coming to environment, reusing and recycling, which was always there in our country, कि पेंट पुराना हो गया तो उसका थैला बना लिया, चद्दर पुराना हो गया तो उसका नैपकिन बना लिया, नैपकिन पुराना हो गया तो डस्टर बना लिया. The same thing the Japanese very, very nicely do. When something breaks, they line it with a golden join or a golden solder, you can say, and the thing becomes so much more beautiful. The culture of the West of use and dispose, whether it is a napkin or whether it is a marriage or a relationship, we don't like that. We Indians always like to correct things and to go forth. So each one can have their own definition of life, of spirituality, but making personal meaning of our existence, Then this was also said by Dr. Barry, Dr. Liz, and so many other speakers, even Dr. Tanuja, that अगर हम खुद को समझ लें स्वस्थ, who am I? What is my role in this universe? What should I do? And how should I be happy? And by spreading happiness. And how should I give? And generosity. And then there are so many quotations. When I give, then I get. Appreciating the need and value of bonding connections. Very nice words, Dr. Liz, you had said that day, yesterday, and everybody that they appreciated the session and gave a standing ovation. So this connection and bonding is very important. And empathy, we say, not just suffering with the other. All so-called people who have been misguided, misled, are victims. Victims of society, victims of rearing practices, and maybe some kind of toxic element entered their lives. So we should have a value system. And one of my friend ladies here said, कि मैं ऊंची हो गई. So it is not about ऊंच नीच, Bonding is that we are at the same level. Rather, we go down to the level of the one who has less attainments, maybe also in spirituality, and that is the true spirit of service. It is not a naptol parameter, and that is the Indian philosophy. So we all know why are we talking today of values and spirituality and ethics and humanism, because Dr. Jay is here and he's talking about interoception. So जो हमारा अंदर का state है, when that is enriched, when that is fostered, that is enhanced, then we can give and provide and we don't get tired. And Pujya Daji also says, the load reduces, the cleaning occurs. Unless we relax, then we clean, detoxify, and then we get rejuvenated. So we are all one. Our grammar and language and syntax and semantics may be different. So health is happiness, right? So doctor feels really, आजकल क्या करते हैं, that they are violent against doctors, but you don't know. There was a very classical picture in Life magazine where a special issue of 100 best photographs, and of that is of a doctor, a surgeon who's worked for 10 hours at a stretch and still wasn't able to save the subject or the patient and just wanting to have a cup of coffee. So unless we treat patients as human beings, our patients will not treat us as human beings, but पहल हमको करनी है. So bring joy to the faces of the family, and everybody understands death is a certainty, but the process of caregiving, whether it be nurses, whether it be lab staff, whether it be the security guard, the way we treat right from the time the patient enters the campus or the premises of the hospital, and our Honorable Health Minister, our Honorable Director have done, what we call incognito raids and tried to correct some of the things which needed improvement. So now to some of my friends who wanted the, Taraju thing about religion and spirituality. Spirituality is innate. Religion is acquired. Okay. You can reflect on this. Words will not suffice. But Abha, my friend, yesterday you heard her, we always want to redeem joy at the workplace, not treat it as drudgery. Yesterday I was talking to some youngsters over dinner, Lakshmi Patel and the group, and they said, ma'am, how do you not get tired? I said, everything has to be taken as a puja. Kitchen is also a puja, and you enjoy. And then so many times, when we are cooking or working for our family, we get the idea of a research project because we are in that enhanced cognitive, spiritual, Zen kind of state when we have 4 flames of the gas burning at the same time, the AquaGuard water being filled, and maybe listening to the phone and SMSing also at the same time. But God becomes kind to us at that time because if we are pure of heart and purpose. So purity of purpose is important. And as I said, spiritual health is deeply personal and resides in an individual's deepest fear and aspirations. Yesterday, I alluded to the Buddhist monk, sir, who said the greatest fear was not having an iota of anger to the tormentors. Think that they are having some insecurity, be kind to them, and then we elevate healthcare and we elevate our spiritual health too. So there were questions about Gita and Professor Bijlani. In our textbook of physiology, the dilemma of Mahabharata is explained very nicely as autonomic functions and how detachment, duty, karma, dhyan or meditation. So the moral distress and the spiritual distress is, so this is a table right from that book we have taken. So Gita was one of the primate cognitive therapies. Also in physiology, we say the same thing. So there is a union here, and happy physicians and happy patients. We shall share this presentation with you, but I have to respect time. So toolkit. Today Rita Dhayaji will come and say more things. Some of these slides are from a presentation I made at Gita Mahotsav in Kurukshetra in December. So I will just, this we all know, and I hope we have been successful. Thank you. So one thing was that what we didn't address was the spirituality of food. So we all combined together, and our students made this slide about millets. Raiza Rai, she is here, I think. So these are some data which we collected, and that is all. I don't think I should be taking more time. Thank you very much. If we have time in the afternoon, then we can talk about spirituality of food. And now it's my pleasant duty to invite Dr. Rahul. Would you like this? Just 3-4 minutes? They have just put it on. So what are the Indian traditional approaches in healthcare? As I said, our laboratory, Dr. Bijlani started this in the 70s and 80s as a nutrition lab. Then it evolved into an integral health clinic. And my colleague, Dr. Yadav, is taking care of the integral health part. We are more into food, nutrition, phytomedicines, and the like. So I am not taking more time. Sujata is here. She has helped me do this from her knowledge. But in our laboratory, we have worked on dietary spices. We have worked on probiotics in the traditional and the modern way. And also we have worked, sir has worked, Professor Bijlani, on core cereals like buckwheat. And in the mess, students were fed rotis of buckwheat, and then we were thinking. We shall again share these slides, but we are the host and we will not take more time. Naturopathy, the expert is standing right next to me. And so this was part of our research which we did on dietary spices. Because everybody think mirchi nahi khana, but please understand, in controlled doses. Dr. Shiv Sareen, who's the professor and director of ILBS, his paper in British Medical Journal on how chili powder increases mucus and therefore becomes chemopreventive. So samajh se kare, discrimination se kare, vivek buddhi se kare. तो जो घर में रसोई है दादी माँ के नुस्खे, that can be actually our home remedies. I think you will agree with me on this, madam. So anti-ulcer, anti-cancer. So, and how we bring it and join. So I think I'll close here. Dr. Rahul, please.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kocherji. Listening to you made me feel as if ma'am has written another Gita on, on the wellness and on holistic wellness, and she has, in the most beautiful, profound, insightful way, brought all the elements of wellness together in a presentation. It has been an eye-opener listening for me, ma'am, personally. So, ma'am, with a heartfelt gratitude to all the healers, once again, ma'am, thank you so much. Next, I would invite Dr. Rahul Mehrotra. He is a practicing cardiologist. He is the chief of clinical and non-invasive cardiology at AIIMS Hospitals, Gurgaon. He holds an MD degree in medicine and DNB in cardiology. He has published 100 articles in national and international journals and chapters in textbooks, keenly interested in exploring the scientific basis of spirituality too. He has been practicing heartfulness meditation for almost over 20 years now and is a heartfulness trainer. He is regularly invited to international and national forums as an expert on science and spirituality. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Dr. Rahul Mehrotra.
So very good morning, everybody. Please bear with me for the delay, and I apologize for having to rush through my slides because the time I have now is a fraction of what I was supposed to speak as a keynote speaker. So please bear with me. And I'm at the outset very grateful to All India Institute of Medical Sciences, for everybody in India who is into medicine aspires to be here. And to be here as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, is an honor. So thank you so much, Dr. Kocher, for devising me, inviting me here, and Dr. Srinivas, and visualizing this conference and ensuring that these two themes, which are widely separate, medicine and spirituality, come together. So this is what I'm going to speak about. As a keynote lecture is supposed to be about the crux of the conference, touching upon the salient features of the conference. So, as is the norm in scientific discourse, here are my disclosures. You've seen the first slide. I'm a doctor, I've been introduced, but I also meditate. And I have been meditating since past 24 years, as long as I have been practicing medicine. So these two fields I have been straddling simultaneously, and one has nurtured me and other has provided me with food for my family and for myself, but the two cannot be separated and they are now one whole. So with this disclosure, which is inevitable because what I'll be speaking about is from my experience in clinical medicine as a cardiologist, as a general medicine specialist, as well as a meditation practitioner and a meditation trainer of heartfulness. So when I speak of meditation, I mean heartfulness, because this is what I have been doing. Because when you think of medicine, you invariably think of allopathy, if I'm not right. So if I think of meditation, I think of heartfulness meditation. Coming to the world of science, when we were medical graduates, this was what we were taught. This was the biology I was taught. Where did I come from? I came from fertilization of two cells coming together, two living cells, and this is what brought me into this world. So who am I? I am a collection of organs, organ systems, 10 organ systems to be precise. The heart, the brain being the master, each cells being tissues being made of cells, and the intricate machinery within each cell with hundreds and thousands of chemical processes going on relentlessly, very, very finely regulated. If you all clapped for Chandrayaan landing day before yesterday, I think we should all clap for what goes on inside our bodies every second, automatically, without we are not being aware of it. So this was the fascinating world of science I was exposed to as a medical student. Within the cell, there is a nucleus. Within the nucleus, there is a chromosome, the DNA, and DNA contains the genes. So this was what I was taught. Genes are the final frontier. What I have inherited from my parents determines my destiny. I am of a particular height, of a particular intelligence, of a particular color of skin because my parents gave that to me, and this is encoded in my genes, and there's nothing much I can do about it. And so powerful was this ingrained in our minds that we had almost a fatalism kind of an attitude towards our genes, because I can't do much more because this is what I have inherited and my destiny is fixed. So this was what we call genetic determinism. DNA encoding RNA, ultimately encoding proteins, which are body proteins, doing all the structural and physiological functions being controlled by proteins. And there was this science of Darwinism, which we were all taught. We saw monkeys today outside All India Institute. This was because we were taught that Darwinism is the most accepted theory of evolution, which talks about us evolving through monkeys. And we accepted that because over millennia, we were told thousands and thousands of years, we adapted to the circumstances and we evolved from monkeys as human beings. So a very drastic drawback of this hypothesis or this theory was the survival of the fittest theory, which is rampant in our society. The might is right kind of attitude in the society. The most empowered wins the race, and there is a race all because of this Darwinian hypothesis, which we were told, which has been ingrained in our biology lessons, that we are after all evolving from monkeys, and the struggles of life are nothing but struggles to survive, and everything is justified if we want to survive. So this is what has given to the kind of society in which we are living today. So powerful was genetics that this was predicted in our textbook of genetics, that in 21st century everybody will be geneticist, and all science will center around genetics. But there were nagging questions before I completed my medical school. Science did not answer many of the questions. There was no talk of death. There was no talk of life after death. There was no definition of life itself. In fact, we were so much into diseases and pathology, then we of course forget the fundamental questions that I needed to answer. And of course, there was no talk of love. There was no talk of empathy, compassion, sympathy in entire medical training before I came out. It was very dry, very drab, very demanding, and of course, intellectually very challenging. So what is life according to biology? Anything that maintains homeostasis, has cells, metabolizes stuff, responds to stimuli, and can reproduce is living. So what about viruses? So science comes out with an answer that they are a link between living and non-living. So there is no definition for life in science. And this was some of the confusions we came out with the medical school, armed with treating patients, saving lives, not knowing what happens after death, not knowing what happens during death. And this is a very apt statement I've taken from Martin Luther King Jr. We have very precise technology, Chandrayaan landing centimeter to centimeter where it was needed, external space, external world being conquered. But what about human beings? What do we know about ourselves? What have we conquered about our inner selves? And then I came to, with my immense fortune, I landed up into Heartfulness System, Sahaj Marg as it was called, and I was exposed to spirituality, and it gave me utter confusion because what I was taught throughout my medical school training, I realized was just a small part of my being. The entire medical science, the entire science was dedicated only to the physical body, which my spiritual text told me that is a very thin surface of my entire being. I have a subtle body also, I have a causal body also, which is unchanging, immutable, which I can do nothing about. And this is what I can do a lot about. So this was the new me that I discovered through spirituality. And very nicely, not only because I'm a cardiologist, but actually the spiritual science say that all these three bodies are linked together at the level of the heart. And then they say it is not the physical heart. So more confusion. What heart are they talking about? Our biology texts, our cardiology texts still talk about the heart that we know as a muscular pump and nothing more than that. So what is life? The spiritual texts of heartfulness tell me that everything is life, not only human beings, not only animals, plants, up to here science agrees, but also minerals. Everything is animate. There is nothing like living versus non-living. Again, a confusion, because still the biology textbooks which I see my children are reading talk of living and non-living. So there is a huge paradox we are living through in our lives. We have not addressed this problem. And everything is very logically explained in the spiritual text by consisting of 3 gunas or 3 qualities or 3 attributes, the sattvic, rajasic and the tamasic. But the best part for me was I am not stuck with my genes. I can choose to evolve. I can choose to transform myself, and there was no limit to which I could take myself by working on myself. So this was a fundamental change and a very positive aspect that was brought about by spirituality. So what can I evolve? I can evolve my subtle bodies. I can work on my intellect. I can work on my ego and let my consciousness soar. So medicine did not tell me what was the goal of life. The goal of life was passing MBBS, then passing MD exams, and then treating patients, finding a job, publishing papers, getting recognitions. But the goal of life remains evolution of consciousness. There was no talk of consciousness in any of my textbooks throughout MBBS, I can tell you even now. So the goal of life is expansion of consciousness. So what do I do about this consciousness? How do I evolve? The heartfulness has a very practical, very systematic approach to all this, clearly demonstrated approaches. If I have to work on my intellect, I have to have these practices. Very remarkably scientific practices like cleaning, where I can actually remove what is pulling me back, what is driving me forward in terms of samskaras or past impressions that I have accumulated. All psychology agrees with this concept that we are conditioned beings, we are conditioned by our past, and this cleaning practice, by removing the conditioning, opens up an entirely new future for me. And that is how I can evolve to greater and greater heights. Through meditation, I can soar into my superconscious space and refine my ego. While in medical school, there is a tough competition to do your best to come out with the highest marks, and that is where your ego gets inflated. 10 degrees behind a professor's name, you are striving for the 11th degree, the 12th fellowship, and that is what inflates your ego. And that is why we come across medical professionals, professors, very dry, very drab, very aloof from the patient, not being able to connect with the patient because they are inflated egos strutting around with the degrees that they have earned with immense hard work. No taking away that. Besides, the problem did not end there. The spiritual texts talk about different regions where we have to ultimately move towards central region. There were different chakras being described up to the 13th chakra and several rings being described. So if you thought that medical texts are difficult to read, medical texts are difficult to understand, here was a spiritual science with its utmost logic, utmost intricacy being explained as if the person is able to very clearly see this. So a remarkable description of these. And then there are also 5 sheets that cover our consciousness. We can all dismiss this very easily because we don't know anything about this, but this was there to be experienced. Then there are nadis and there are also vestibules being talked about. So here is a complete structure of human anatomy which is not known to us. So I believe in the future maybe new textbooks of anatomy will be published where these aspects will be talked about. It is not only just structure, it is not only just function. And we also have these wonderful expositions in our text where what happens after death is very systematically explained, very methodically, stage-wise. The process of death has been explained spiritually. And then the first day, Revered Master was talking about the beautiful expression on people dying. And that is a gift which spirituality gives. We are able to face death, we are able to plan for death, and we are able to confront death, not conquer death. Well, medicine has always been teaching us about conquering death, delaying death, and making our life more and more miserable in the process. So please don't take that I am a convert from a man of science to a man of spirituality. I, like Dr. Kochar and many others, were greatly motivated by Swami Vivekananda's work. You read a chapter in his book and you are like motivated to get up and run and do something. It's like so motivating. So a man of spirituality, clearly encouraging us to develop a scientific temper, not accepting anything that is told, anything that is published, anything that is read, unless we test it on our own. So it's a very, very scientific approach to spirituality, and this is the approach which Heartfulness has espoused. And I have been experimenting with this system for the past 24 years, along with practicing medicine, and I am here today still practicing, not because I have gained anything monetarily, not because I have been given any additional degrees, but what has been gained by me is only known to me. Unfortunately, I cannot demonstrate it to you. And that is a big limitation of science. What is science is all about matter, all about measurables, which can be easily demonstrated, easily compared. But what happens in spiritual realm cannot be demonstrated, cannot be talked about, cannot be displayed or compared. It can only be experienced. So medicine and meditation, the problem is that why is this spiritual aspects not being inculcated into modern science, particularly in our country, India? We call it biology. Biology is supposed to mean science of life. But here are the number of students in our country opting for biology, exponentially decreasing by every passing year. Who wants to be a doctor? Almost none of the doctor friends of mine want their children to be a doctor, for several reasons known to us. There is huge amount of requirement in terms of modern science to generate data. So this was our study on happiness and heartfulness meditation and cleaning. And if you look at the data that we generated, can you be happy? So this was what you have to do. So if you have to conduct statistical studies, if you have to prove through the route of science, you have to undertake large scale studies, produce big data, which will only convince the intellectual minds of the people, and only then will they be able to accept spiritual practices. So this is the problem why medicine and meditation, I don't think they can ever come together. I don't think they will ever come together, because these are completely separate realms. And this is a problem while as medical students, as biology students, statistics was the least of the subjects we were ever taught about. And if we have to publish papers, if you have to do high quality studies with spirituality and medicine, this is what you have to generate. You have to have knowledge of statistics. You need to have departments. You need to have large amount of funds for doing this. Another reason why medicine and spirituality are not coming together is because of this Western bias. We have big names of Oxford, of Harvard, of Cleveland being talked about. Because they are coming from the West, we respect them. We respect if they are talking of spirituality. Anything coming from India or going out for publication out of India has a huge negative bias because of several reasons in the past. So we are not able to bring out medicine and spirituality studies. We require huge amount of budgets to undertake clinical trials and publish studies which science demands. Okay, you say meditation works, show me the proof. Give me a study, give me a large scale study. And this is an example of the amount of fund requires to just bring out one drug into the market, $100 million. And then we have frauds in medicine. Who has the time to do all these studies? I am practicing medicine, I am benefiting by it. Why should I go ahead and waste my time doing clinical trials and proving it to others? I've proven it to myself. What is the need to prove it to others? So there is very little motivation for doing these kind of studies. Very importantly, another reason is there is no money in these kind of enterprises. Meditation and medicine, if I do a good quality study, where will I get the sponsorship from? What will be my gain in doing these kind of studies? So no sponsorships are happening that way. The other problem with medical science is because of the disillusion then that people are moving towards spirituality. A lot of requirements are there. Science is ever changing. We have a new definition of diabetes coming up every 2 years. A new cutoff for hypertension coming every 2-3 years. So people are getting disillusioned, and people like me definitely are getting disillusioned. So it follows a very narrow, rigid framework of rationality and demands evidence. And here is a spiritual global guide, again straddling two worlds of science, a pharmacist by profession and a spiritual giant, talking that science and spirituality are completely different domains, and the two will hardly ever be able to come together. So these are the limitations of science and spirituality. Not everything that matters can be measured. Feelings and emotions cannot be ascribed numbers. You cannot measure the extent of love I have or the extent of compassion I have within me. These can only be practiced. So science will have to believe us, or we stop convincing scientists by the scientific word. So evidence-based medicine is the call of the day, and we demand large-scale randomized controlled trials as the best level of evidence, while we dismiss what is felt by an individual, what is experienced by a few people, unless it is proven. So here is another example to the rational minds who demand evidence. There is clear evidence by the authorities nominated that the use of mobile phone is possibly carcinogenic, and they have stopped short of this. Still, each one of us has this device in our phone. There is evidence. There's no dearth of evidence. But are we accepting this evidence? No. It is because of the human mind that we have these concepts that we will not believe whatever the evidence is produced. Any more evidence related to this thing? I think we all know about this. Large number of diseases caused, large number of chemicals, passive smokers also succumbing to death. No dearth of evidence. Are we able to accept this? Are we able to get rid of this? So the spiritual science says, Pratyaksh, Anumana, Agama, Pramanani. Three types of evidences are accepted. Pratyaksh, what is evident, what I am seeing, what I can infer, and what has been given in the sacred texts by experts in the field. But science is not accepting this. We don't expect the experts to be right. And the spiritual giants say that if I have experienced something in my own domain, I'm likely to believe it rather than wait for large-scale trials in large number of people before it is proven. So many scientists, they did not do trials. Copernicus did not do. Archimedes, Newton, none of these people came up with trials. They came up with their fundamental laws, which we still follow, based on what they felt as intuition, as insights. So this was science, but now, unfortunately, science has taken a completely different turn. So we will be exposed to a wonderful demonstration by children of brighter minds. I want your rational hats to be on. Critically analyze these people, look for the evidence, what you see with your eyes, and then try to exercise your scientific temper, whether you will believe it or not, or whether we will still wait for scientific evidence. So what is the rational explanation for this thing? Why this touch me not plant responds to a touch? And why was this traffic jam here? Because of an overloaded truck, because this person was carrying too much weight. Probably the tires were old. Mechanics, physics, rational, we can explain this. But the root cause is a corrupt mind, a greedy mind overloading the truck to earn more profit. So this is the root cause of where we are headed. So talking of rationality to scientists, we've been talking about Bhagavad Gita. It has 18 chapters, 700 verses, two armies close together, like I am being pushed for time. Lord Krishna and the two armies were pushed for time. And where was the time for 700 slokas being recited? Verbatim there. So this is, as rationalists, we were not questioning all this. And the spiritual guides tell us that it was in fact only 7 shlokas which were said. Rest of the shlokas have come after this. So this is some things I wanted to share with you. The field is changing. We have now the field of epigenetics, which tells us that it is not genetics for sure, which determines our destiny. We can override genetics by our thoughts, by our emotions, by our environment which we have. New fields like epigenetics, quantum biology are coming up. The oldest evidence, of course, we have is from the Mahabharata itself, which our scriptures talk about how the attitude at the time of conception determined the birth of 3 kings. One was blind, one was leucodermic, and the other was a brilliant Vidur. So clearly the attitude of the mother determining the kind of children you will get. So these are all data you all know. Non-communicable diseases ruling the world. People not taking the drugs which have been researched after billions of dollars being spent. 60% of the people, even the developed countries, stop taking these drugs after 3 to 4 years. The problems are many. The other thing is happiness. Medicine has not given us happiness. Medicine doesn't make my patients happy. So that's why they stop taking this drug. And the fact is, in spite of the wonderful advancement we've made in science, medical science included, we are not as happy as we were during the Great Depression in 1929 to 1944. So we are becoming richer and richer, but we are becoming sadder and sadder. And the root cause is the human mind. So I end the presentation with a few take-home messages why science has to make way for spirituality, and why science and spirituality have to come together. There are clear evidences from across the world that people are embracing spirituality. The publications are there from the Europeans, from the Americans, studying yoga, studying meditation, functional MRI studies being done, cardiovascular disease prevention guidelines, embracing that meditation is a preventive tool for preventing cardiovascular death. Finally, accepting that heart is the seat of the soul, heart is the seat of life. Scientific expositions talking about this brilliant book talks about love energy, or wonderfully referenced book which talks about experiments which have demonstrated that it is in the heart that life resides, and it is the heart which communicates with the brain, and not the brain being the boss of the body. So clearly the turnaround is happening. We were able to do this study in our country, as was said by respected Dr. Kochar, that NRCVE had this Center for Humanities. So we did this study in collaboration with NRCVE at IIT Delhi, much before we could have studies done at other medical institutes. And now we had this first World Symposium on Meditation and Cardiovascular Disease, where our research paper on heartfulness meditation and its effect on heart rate variability was adjudged as the first best research paper from amongst more than 400 papers from across the world. People are reading about it. This is my ResearchGate handle, where more than 2,000 reads are there on my yoga and the heart chapter, but much less on my cardiology publications. So clearly what people are interested in reading, even in the medical realm, is about these aspects. The media is talking about it, science and meditation, and this conference is again an evidence in the hallowed halls of All India Institute of Medical Sciences that medicine and meditation are there. They will have to be together in the future. So I put before you meditation as a healthcare intervention, particularly heartfulness meditation, because of its several advantages. It is an effortless kind of meditation. Effortless focus is practiced because it is the yogic transmission which works with very little involvement for your side. And many other advantages which make it very suitable for scientific studies, structured, clear program, clear practices which can be subjected to scientific studies and benefited by everybody. And most importantly, there is no cost involved in heartfulness practices. So across the country, people in villages, people highly educated, people completely illiterate, everybody is practicing, and there is a huge amount of data that can be generated, a large number of studies that can be done on heartfulness practices. So in the end, I'd like to end this presentation with this quote from Shankara. Three things are rare: to be born as a human being, to have a desire for emancipation, and to live in times when a capable guru is around, and to reach the feet of that guru. So rather than exercising our brains, waiting for clinical trials to appear before we start embracing spiritual practices, it is high time we all experimented with these practices if we have not done till now. So I invite you all to come forward, try out heartfulness, experiment with this, try it out what it does to you, and then take it forward or reject it as a very scientific endeavor. So thank you so much, and I apologize for the time I have exceeded.
Everybody enjoys.
Thank you so much.
You deserve a standing ovation and a marathon session. I invite Dr. Yadav to please come up to stage, and Dr. Akshayanand to felicitate the speakers. Please have,
Thank you, ma'am. At some point, we'll be felicitating you also, Dr. Kocher, as the chairperson. Okay, now we'll go on to a very fun session. We have around 7 to 8 kids who will work, who will demonstrate something around brighter minds. This entire 1 hour, we are going to discuss something, a phenomena called brighter minds, a program that Heartfulness Institute has been promoting across India, across the globe. I'll just ask you to relax, keep your minds open, and experience a wonderful session. And we can have a few questions and answers later as to what it's all about. To introduce what Brighter Minds is all about, I'll call my colleague Dr. J. Timmapuram, and then we'll lead on to the next sessions. Come, Dr. J.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome once again. And we had a really wonderful session this morning. And now I'm very happy to introduce to all of you a very short demonstration of a very exciting program called Brighter Minds. This program is offered to children and has shown to improve cognition, attention, emotional regulation, amongst many. And what I find very interesting is that some of the elements of the training involve the sensory and motor integration, maybe sensory substitution training. But what is found is that the outcomes have been much more than the sensory substitution, which could be leading into a field which may be termed as intuition, or as Dr. Kocher had coined a very beautiful term, metasensory perception. You know, all of us during our childhood have played the blindfolded games, right? But when trained in a very systematic way, something very interesting has emerged. And this phenomena has been observed even on a larger scale. You know, science relies on reproducibility of results, right? And if a large-scale reproducibility of the same result is noticed, this is something that needs to be taken into consideration and given a serious thought about. This program is not only offered to a select few, but it has been offered to public schools and has trained thousands of children. You may find this demonstration interesting. Some of you may be in a state of wonder, and some of you may feel skeptical, which is okay. The kids are trained with music practices with binaural beats, identifying with alternate methods. And what I also feel is that it is the environment in which these kids are trained that makes a huge difference. You know, when there is this fear of making a mistake, when that goes away, right, learning happens in a very natural way, and perhaps it brings out the potential, the best from within oneself. You know, there could be many factors that play a role. Neuroplasticity could be one. Sensory substitution has been reported. Perhaps other centers or systems that have not yet been explored could be playing a role here too. You know, I watched some of these kids during these training sessions. What I found is very interesting. You know, what we see here on the stage is when the kids get things right, but you have not seen when the kids get it wrong. And this is what made me feel that, you know what, there is something to this learning process. Right? The other interesting thing that I have seen is the utilization of something that is fascinating, and that is rest. When there is rest that is offered at a very deep level, the potential that can be exploited, that or the potential that can be brought out can be at its peak. You know, when we look at science, when we rest our mind, when we go to sleep, or when we rest for a short period of time, there is this temporary inbox within us, the hippocampus, right? And that gets, the temporary files get deleted. There is the space that is created. When we learn something and rest again, that memory gets consolidated, and that learning can be long lasting. I see some of these elements that are utilized in these children. And we have trainers. I have to say that these are some of the most beautiful trainers that we can ever have. You know, I wish I had a teacher who would create that environment for me to learn without a fear of making a mistake. And I'm very proud to say that there are many, many trainers here offering these Brighter Mind programs, who have facilitated this beautiful learning in these children. You know, one thing is having these trainers, but the second thing is, can we train a trainer who has never experienced this? This is one of the beautiful things that the Delhi has been doing. They've trained not only thousands of children, but also teachers, about 600 of them, who are now offering this training to children. And we are seeing that, this is replicable. And when something is replicable, when something can be proven again and again and again, let's give it a serious consideration. Look at it with whatever view you have, but try to see if you can take your glasses off and take a look at it. And with this, I would like to introduce Sri Sulabh Mishra, who's one of our trainers. He's an entrepreneur with engineering and MBA degree. He's a heartfulness meditation trainer for the past 13 years. He's also a cognitive coach, leading Brighter Minds projects with Delhi government schools. And along with Sri Sulabh Mishra, I would also like to introduce Aditi Basin ma'am onto the stage. Aditi Basin ma'am is an English language trainer expert, a trainer and an author, but a learner at heart. She has been deeply connected with students for the past 2 decades, working as a mentor teacher at the Directorate of Education Delhi for almost 7 years, and presently deputed at the DOE headquarters as an officer on special duty. And thank you both for being here. And now I think we can welcome our lovely kids. Please take over. Yeah. And may I invite Ms. Suman Jain, please? And Rajkumar Yadavji, please. Yeah. Dr. Suman Jain and Dr. Rajkumar Yadav, please. You can introduce them.
कौन आए हैं डॉक्टर सुमन जैन और
Dr. Rajkumar Yadav.
we are happy to have Dr. Suman Jain with us. Dr. Suman Jain from the Department of Physiology, AIIMS. Her areas of interest are neurophysiology, main fields of her work and contribution, synaptic plasticity and neuroregeneration. She has worked on the effect of transcranial magnetic field stimulation or implantation of nanoparticles in spinal cord injury, neurodevelopmental and neurodegenerative disorders in rat models and human patients. Most welcome, Ma'am Suman Jain.
If I may also introduce our colleague, Professor Rajkumar Yadav. He is hemming the Integral Health and Wellness Clinic at AIIMS and also the Advanced Integral Health Clinic with detailed investigations on electrophysiological and biomarkers. So I think it will be a good thing. Plus, he is the one who has very originally, about a decade back, I think, done work on PET scan and yoga meditation, and also done lot of biomarker studies, proteomics, across various fields: obesity, depression, fibromyalgia, endometriosis, infertility, retinoblastoma, and gone from glaucoma and telomerase shortening with Dr. Rima Dada and evidencing how meditation practice. And he has devised his own 10-day short-term lifestyle-based intervention. And we would like, actually, we are advising him to name now that laboratory no longer, but a lifestyle medicine clinic.
So we will start with some Brighter Minds activities today. We want to give you an experience what children go through in their classes. So we won't take 3 hour long duration. We will just condense it to give you a slight glimpse what happens in the classroom when these children are learning and developing their cognitive skills. Let me first introduce few kids here who are with us.
I'm Avni and I study in Manav Rachna. My age is 8 and I learned Brighter Minds in 2023.
I'm Yagya Kumar Agarwal. I'm 13 years old. I learned Brighter Minds 2 years ago.
I am Raghav Juneja. I am 10 years old. I am studying in Manav Rachna International School. I joined Brighter Minds 2 years ago.
मेरा नाम अक्षत तिवारी है। मैं 8 साल का हूँ और मैंने ब्राइटल माइंड 7 अगस्त को सीखा था।
मेरा नाम विद्या कुमारी है। मैं 10 साल की हूँ। मैंने ब्राइटल माइंड 7 अगस्त को सीखा था।
मेरा नाम अंशिंग है। मैं 4th क्लास में पढ़ता हूँ। मेरे स्कूल का नाम गणेश शंकर विद्यार्थी सर्वोदय बाल विद्यालय, सरोजनी नगर, नंबर 1 है। मैंने ब्राइटर माइंड 7 अगस्त को सीखा था।
Okay, so we start our class usually with positive affirmations. They make some positive intentions, what they want to do, what they are, what they truly believe in themselves. Then we have some activities which are coordinated movement of their left hand, right hand, and we want to introduce these exercises with you, but what we also want that you all should also do these exercises along with them. So I will let Avni lead these exercises. Avni, can you start with the exercises, please?
First of all, you should keep your left thumb and your fist should be facing to you and your pinky finger like this. Then you have to change your thumb in the position of the pinky finger and pinky finger in the position of the thumb like this.
Can you all do along with the children, please?
Next up is you have to tap like this and then rub your tummy at the same time.
So you got to be doing it both together and at the same time. Good job. Yes, my tummy is full. Both at the same time.
And next is you have to touch your knees and your left.
So let me explain this. So with one hand you have to touch your ears, and with another hand you have to touch your nose. Your hand touching your ear should be out like this. Okay? Can we try? Please everyone join us. I'm sure you know where your nose and your ears are. And you also know the simple instruction that you have to touch it from outside your hand like this. Okay. Easier one.
The next is you have to make a 6 with your both hands like this. Then you have to change it like this.
This is easy. I'm sure most of you can do it. So you see the coordination that is happening between your left hand and your right hand. It's improving the flexibility of your brain also. New neuronal connections are forming in your brain. So let's move on. After doing these brain exercises, we want children to get some exercise also. You all know the benefit of exercise. Ready? Do you agree? Let's do some exercise, but we will do the exercise with a dance. So can you all stand up? We'll all dance with the children. Can we have some sound, please? Can we start? Video as well.
Bend down, everybody. You have to bend also. Thank you, everyone. Big round of applause for all of you. Excellent. They get their exercise, have their endorphins released with fun, with laughter, and then we'll move on to give them some relaxed time. So we will do some relaxation. I will ask Raghu to lead the heartfulness relaxation. So you all have to close your eyes, just follow along Raghu as you give instructions to you to relax.
Close your eyes very gently. Feel the healing energy rising up from the mother earth to your knees. Toes. Wiggle your toes. Now feel them relax. Move upward to your heels. Now feel them relaxed. Now feel the healing energy rising up from your heels to your knees. Feel your knees getting relaxed. Next, feel the healing energy rising up from your knees to your chest. Now feel your whole chest is relaxed. Now, move your attention to your shoulders. Feel your shoulders getting relaxed. Now feel the healing energy going down towards your arms. Now feel the arms getting relaxed. Now move your attention to your fingers. Feel your fingers getting relaxed. Now feel the healing energy going up to your neck. Now feel your neck getting relaxed. Now feel the healing energy going to your face. Now feel your face getting relaxed. Now feel the healing energy going towards your forehead and your head. Now feel them relaxed. Now simply move downward to your heart. Rest there for a little while until you are ready to come out.
So this is how they feel when they get relaxed. Are you relaxed? So children are relaxed, cheerful, joyful, and then we have some brain eyeball exercises as well. But we'll keep moving. Then we expose them to Brighter Minds music. I won't talk much about Brighter Minds music here. After exposing them to this Brighter Minds music, we conduct blindfold activities. What are those blindfold activities? You will see. Can I have someone from the audience to check the blindfold that these children are carrying with them? Check to see is it, can they peek? Is there any scope for peeking? Ma'am, can you also do that? Can you see anything?
No.
No.
Can you see anything?
Nothing.
Okay, so we will blindfold these children as well. Can you stand again? इसी तरह? Okay, so you again stand. So I have Yagya here with me. He's going to solve this Rubik cube blindfold. You can see this Rubik cube totally puzzled, right? I'm handing it over to him. He's going to solve it blindfold. Okay, Raghav, can you give balls to these children and see if they can identify the colors of the ball? Sir, can you give the balls? If you are ready, raise your hand.
Green, dark green.
Purple.
Repeat again.
Sir, green. Purple.
Pink.
Blue. Green.
Okay, let's take it to another level.
Dark green.
Let's take it to another level. Can I get a visiting card from some of you? I need 6. There are 6 children, right? Sir, can you come close? We will try. Avni, we have one uncle standing in front. Can you identify what he is wearing?
He is wearing a kurta pajama of orange and black color.
Make sure whether it is a pajama or something else.
And pant.
Achara,
Sir, ANANTBIRADAR.
That's Anant Biradar. So is that correct spelling?
Trapasya Educational Trust. Solution for all.
कार्ड है डॉक्टर निखिल प्रजापति.
Dr. Nikhil Prajapati, sir, is it correct?
सतीश कुमार, यहाँ पे आगे का कुछ वर्ड है, सतीश कुमार लिखा हुआ है, वो आगे का नहीं पढ़ पा रही मैं.
स्पेलिंग बताओ. So Rubik cube is solved.
डॉक्टर निखिल
Yes, I also don't know, even though I have trained them, but I cannot solve the Rubik cube as yet. Okay, Ansh would like to tell you the number of your currency notes. Can somebody give 500? But he will keep it if he tells it correctly.
सतीश कुमार पांडे.
सर ये 20 रुपीज का नोट है. सर नंबर ये वाला.
हाँ, वो भी ठीक है.
70V433426.
Okay. So she has not read the card yet, but I'm not going to give her the card. So, Avni, can you tell what is written in this card? It's in front of you. It's in front of you.
As I cannot feel it.
Okay, you want it closer?
Sir, is it an advertising card?
It's an advertising card. Yes, go ahead.
I cannot feel the letters.
You cannot feel it. Can you touch and tell?
Argoya Nature Cure, Dr. Amit K. Sen.
Okay. Can you read this currency?
Sir, what language is this? I can know that this is an 100 note. Is it an 100 note? I do not know this currency, sir.
She doesn't know this currency because it's not from India. Is that correct?
That's okay. It's okay.
Okay, you can get to keep this as a souvenir. So I think that's enough for the kids. This is what they are doing in many of the Delhi government schools currently. I will let Aditi ma'am to elaborate on what has her experience been. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you all.
So
I will let doctors explain it. We have Dr. J here. He can take your question.
So the truth is, this is a phenomenon that we have been observing, and yet many studies need to be done to exactly find out why this is happening. But from a hypothesis point of view, there could be many factors that could play a role, including whether it is neuroplasticity or sensory substitution. We do not know. There could be a center of intuition, or as Dr. Kochar had coined a word, metasensory perception, which is one of the areas that could be causing this. So in all honesty, we do not know yet, but I'm pretty much sure that there will be studies that will be done to find out what is the phenomenon that we are seeing and what is the reason behind it. So this is what we know of, sir. Yes.
if you can imagine it, you can achieve it. If you can dream it, you can become it. A very good morning to the august audience that I have here in front of me. And I'm from the Directorate of Education, and the government school students that you saw here, we had 3 government school students, and I myself belong to, I'm working at the Directorate of Education, Delhi. And it's a true honor and pleasure to be associated with Heartfulness organization. And I would like to take you to the journey which began this year in the month of May, when Reverend Daji met our learned director, Himanshu Gupta sir, the director of Directorate of Education, Delhi. And it was in that interaction meeting that they realized that there is a lot that spirituality and education can do together when they are hands in glove with each other. And very soon, our Director of Education decided that a few of our teachers would be trained by the Heartfulness organization. And we also had off-site trainings at Kana, Hyderabad, where approximately 200 teachers were trained, and thereby in the cascading mode, more than 400 teachers were trained in Delhi. They are all Delhi school government teachers. And through the teachers and the master trainers who were trained from Heartfulness organization, we had more than 1,500 students, just like 3 of our students who were here in front of you, who were trained in this short span. And let me just tell you, the training that the children underwent was for merely 5 days, wherein, yeah, it all seems like a miracle. And in those 5 days, children did activities wherein we were guided by Dr. Bhagwat, who's from the Heartfulness organization, by Mr. Shulabh Mishra, and some practitioners from Brighter Minds program. And in these 5 days, children practiced circle time activities. They did positive affirmations. They did meditation on binaural beats. And they practiced some eyeball exercises, which enhanced the concentration of students. Their attention span increased, and we found they became more confident. And this journey is still much more to cover. And right now we are also gearing up for trainings, more trainings with teachers and students. And let's hope there comes a day when we have our children realizing their full potential through these activities. Along with sessions which students are attending in schools, we have also integrated some activities, some components of the Brighter Minds training, which is from the Heartfulness organization, in our learning improvement cycle, which we call LIC, which is for teachers of government schools. So this component is not only limited to teachers who have been trained directly, but it is also going to very soon cascade to all the teachers who are teaching in government schools here in Delhi. And I'm really thankful to Daji and our learned director Himanshu Gupta sir for providing us with this wonderful opportunity where we realize that we are still to achieve the utmost potential that our brain has. And I think it doesn't matter how slowly we go as long as we don't stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aditi ji. I was behind the scenes, or we used to have this annual day, functions for children. वही feeling आ रही थी बच्चों को. Everyone of us got chocolates and it was fun. I hope all of you enjoyed this whole thing, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, kids. Give them a big cheer of the group. All the best. Thank you. Okay, I think Dr. Jay, Dr. Suman, Dr. Yadav will answer any questions. Before we get to the question and answer, may I request Dr. Suman to explain something about the neuroscience of learning, some experiments that you would like to talk about. Would you like to be there and speak, Dr. You have a presentation. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. And all of you will agree with me that this experience was actually really mesmerizing. I still couldn't believe that with blindfolded, you can see, you can read, and you can recognize color. I have been doing a lot of work which I'll be sharing, that what happens when there is a lot of sensory stimulation during pregnancy. But I don't know this type of training and the heartfulness people, how they have trained these children and they're able to perform is really, again, I think we should give them a really big hand. So thank you, Dr. Kocha ma'am, and thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to talk about my experiments. So I had thought that initially few slides I'll just give an overview to those who are not actually into learning and memory. So just briefly about the definitions. So learning is the process of acquiring knowledge, whereas memory is that whatever knowledge we have acquired, we are trying to store that, encode that and store that, and later on we can retrieve that knowledge. So that is what is memory. And what we are today is, because over a period of time we have been learning, and therefore we have got our behavioral patterns have changed and evolved, and therefore what I am standing today, or all of you, what you are, behavioral manifestation is due to the learning processes. And the factors which influence learning are that you should be motivated enough. So although I think the children who have been trained, they must be motivated enough to learn, and then they were really enthusiastic, and therefore they learned, and that is the one of the key factors that it has to be done. And therefore, and the other thing is that it has to be repeated. So if it is a single event, you may not be able to learn and retrieve and then behave in that particular manner. So more the number of repetitions, it becomes more of a long-term memory, and therefore you are able to, you learn and you change your behavior according to that. And then strength of the stimulus, how intense is the stimulus, how mature you are, that definitely matters a lot. So generally it's been said that if you train the children, then they learn more because they're maturing, and therefore they can form maybe more number of connections, neural networking, and therefore it becomes easier for the children to learn rather than, if you are at a more older age. And then what is the state of your brain, whether you're fatigued or you're active and you're relaxed. How do we learn is basically by forming associations. So we have a tendency to always form some sort of associations between maybe two stimuli, that so if there is a projection or if there is this projection system, so we generally make an association that the speaker will going to present something. So that is an association which we have formed over a period of time. So we generally maybe learn by associations or a stimulus and a response. So I'll be just giving few examples, and a response and the consequence. So the associations could be formed by law of contiguity. Contiguity means if the events are occurring simultaneously. So our conference started on 23rd and Chandrayaan landed on 23rd. So if you have to remember when was the conference or when did the Chandrayaan landed, so that is the coincidence. Okay. So law of frequency. Law of frequency means again like how many times it is being repeated. What are the similarities? Okay, so if I mean the two objects are quite similar, say sometimes the children have been taught that moon is circle, it's a circular shape, and ball is a circular shape. Okay, so that is, so you define the similarities and that is how you learn the association and you learn. Or law of contrast, so day and night. Okay, so night is dark in color and day is light, bright in color, and so if there is a law of contrast, then definitely there is this learning all cannot be just explained by association. So you have to have non-associative type of learning, which involves habituation, sensitization. Like it's also been said that when the children as they are going, we should not be scolding them too much, or as a teachers we should not be always be too critic, because then they become habituated. So that is also a form of learning. Okay, so these are non-associative forms of learning. So I'll just talk about two forms of associated learning. So this one classical experiment was given by Pavlov. So he was a Russian physiologist. He was working on dogs and he was trying to see that what is the factors which are regulating the saliva. Okay, and it used to happen that around 1 o'clock lunchtime, the door used to open and his attendant used to get the lunch. Okay, and dog used to see that lunch is coming, or the dog used to smell that the lunch is there, and therefore the dog used to salivate more around the lunchtime. So he was wondering that why the dog is salivating, and then he realized that because the lunch is coming and therefore the dog is salivating, and therefore there is a response or an association which is being formed. So he designed another experiment now in which he rang a bell. So generally bell will not produce salivation or any response, that is a neutral stimulus. But if you give a bell before food, then dog learns the association that whenever the bell will ring, it will be followed by coming of food. So now if you give only the bell, then the dog will start salivating. Another example, all of us know that when we were in schools, there used to be a long bell before the lunchtime, and gradually over a period of time we learned that long bell means lunchtime, and so all of us were salivating and ready to move out of the class. So those are you are forming association between two stimuli. As such, I am not doing anything. They are just two stimuli between which the association has been formed. So that is what Pavlov said, that it is an association. You learn by associating two stimuli. But then it is not always two stimuli. You are working hard also. So there is behavioral manifestation, you are making responsive, and therefore the concept of operant conditioning comes, where the animal is behaving or operating onto the environment, and then they are getting either reward or punishment. So all of us again, so we study hard, okay, and we get good marks. Okay, we won't get good marks just by looking at the paper or not reading. Okay, so we form an association that only if we study hard and sincerely, then we'll get good marks. So as a faculty, I'll say, if I do good research work, I'll be promoted. So that is, or maybe if you don't study, then you may get a punishment, you may fail. Okay, so that means they gave a concept that it is association between a stimuli and the behavior which you are manifesting. So there is an association which is being formed. Now, once there is some sort of learning, then this learning has to be encoded and stored as memory. And therefore, there is a short-term memory which generally lasts for seconds to hours. And one of the major areas which is involved in this is hippocampus. And then there is long-term memory which is stored for years. So we all remember, उस साल में, उस time में, 10 साल पहले, 15 साल पहले ये हुआ था. Okay, so that is long-term memory. But short-term memory is कि अभी थोड़ी देर पहले क्या हुआ था. Okay, तो अभी थोड़ी देर पहले ये इवेंट हुआ था, that is short term memory. And working memory is that when we are performing a task, then we still have to remember the next step, the previous step, and those, I mean, so that is, as you're working, the memory is being formed, that is for a very, very short duration. Briefly about the neural basis, I'm not going into scientific details, but can you see the cursor there? Yeah, I think it's visible. So this is one synapse. Synapse means where the two brain cells are communicating with each other, or they're talking to each other. And so when we are learning or we are acquiring the knowledge, then this one neuron will get activated. Okay, there will be high frequency stimulation, theta burst stimulation, and some chemicals will be released. These chemicals will bind to the receptors on the other neuron, and then signals will be transmitted. Okay, so once the signals will be initiated, signal transduction pathways will be initiated. Generally, it results in two events, major two events. One is that similar type of receptors are overexpressed, so that this effect which is mediated is potentiated or facilitated. And second most important is that there is formation of new type of connections. Okay, so that is, all of us know that when we learn, we always keep asking that there is a plasticity, there is new connections which is being formed, and these connections will then be maintained for longer years, and therefore that is what is long term memory. Okay, so that was brief about the learning and physiology. So I'm running a lab in the physiology department, brain stimulation and neuromodulation lab. In this lab, basically what we are studying and using is magnetic stimulation or magnetotherapy. But this magnetic stimulation not only is being used as therapy, but we also use this for understanding that how much is the brain excitability, or what is the plasticity of the brain, and the connections which are formed between the brain and the spinal cord. Okay, so both as for therapy purposes and as well as for more for prognostic purposes and understanding the physiology. And then in this lab, most of the work is therefore being done on human subjects, and it's a non-invasive technique in patients. In the other lab, which is neurophysiology and nanomedicine lab, so I am a neuroscientist, and so to understand the mechanism that actually what is happening. So if I am giving a magnetic stimulation, then what is going on in the brain can only be done using animal models. And therefore, in this lab, we have number of animal models of various neurodegenerative and neurodevelopmental disorders. And then we take out the tissues and we do behavioral, biochemical, morphological, electrophysiological analysis. Okay, but what I'll be talking today is more is that if during pregnancy, if you're giving music stimulation, then what happens to the chicks who are born? Okay, so the question we wanted to ask was, how does prenatal auditory stimulation affect the postnatal learning and memory? Okay, so you took up chick as a model. Now a chick as a model because we can get fertilized egg from the poultry farm. So I am not talking of the eggs which are available in the market, but we used to get fertilized eggs, and that we generally get from the poultry farm. And so and then we had an incubator wherein we kept the poultry farm, the fertilized egg, and therefore you can modulate the environment. So that is the advantage of using chicks as a model. And secondly, chicks, they are precautious in the sense like humans, that generally when human child is born, their visual, auditory, all the senses are intact, and they're born with mature enough. Okay, so they're mature. Similarly, in the chicks, when the chicks are born, all the senses are mature, so they start responding immediately. Okay, and then is it that if you're giving such type of stimulation, is it only the species specific stimulations which will be effective, or if you just play sitar music in front of chick, what will happen? Okay, so this is the incubator which we had used, and then they were divided into 3 groups: control, species specific, and music stimulated. We use sitar music. This was one of the method by which we estimated that how many. So on one side of this chamber we played sitar music or quail, calls of the quail, which is non-species specific, and from the other side we played chicken maternal calls, and then chick was placed in the center, and we noted that where it is moving and how long it is staying to which corner. So we observed that even though we were playing sitar music, but all the chicks they move toward the chicken maternal calls. Okay, so it is not that they can recognize the sitar music. They have a genetic template which is more language coded, and therefore they will be facilitated to recognize those calls, right? And then if you record over different days, then we found that the stimulated, even at 24 hours after birth, the chicks after birth, they were most of them were able to respond, and they were just sitting there as if they're sitting next to their mother. And these experiments actually in 2004 I have done myself, and therefore I know that I used to like feel what is happening, why are they continuously sitting there? Most of the chicks, they just move and they sat next to that box as if they're sitting to their mother. So that was the effect which wasn't seen in the, as you can see in the blue bar, which is the control unstimulated group. Okay. So, and then we also, what we did, so during these 21 days of hatching, we divided into different periods. So we gave stimulation when the auditory system was developing, or the visual system was developing, or throughout. And we found that if you test for auditory different periods, responsiveness was enhanced in all the groups. But if you, and then for visual system also, so they were able to recognize their mothers also. So we made taxidermically prepared chicken, statues or models, and also quail, and then we found the chicks, they actually could recognize the chicken models, and they moved toward it. Okay, and then, okay, so we thought, okay, this is only the recognition, what is happening to the spatial memory? Spatial, basically, that how are they navigating? So we used a T-maze. So all the groups were able to learn over a period of time, but when we compared with the species specific and music groups, we find that they were definitely much better. There was a significant increase in their spatial learning. Okay, so the next question was that what is happening to the brain tissue? Okay, and therefore this is the brainstem nuclei of the auditory system, and we found there was a significant increase in the number of neurons, in the glial cells, in the volume of those areas, and these are the number of neurons in both the species specific and music groups. So whether you are giving music stimulation on species specific, all the music group, they were moving to a species specific, but both had enhanced substrate. Then we looked at the synaptic proteins. So I just shown the two synapses. So we specifically looked what is happening to these connections, and then you can see there was a marked significant increase in the number of connections, okay, both in the auditory cortex, but in visual cortex what we found was that if the stimulation was given before the visual cortex started developing, then there was no response. Okay, so the response is only when the system is starting to develop, and therefore it has been initiated. Okay, so we found that definitely there was more number of connections. Then another question then was that is it only the structural modifications, or they're functionally mature? Because what we have to finally achieve is that they should be structure as well as functionally mature, and therefore we did electrophysiology, and this is visual evoked potential which we have recorded by giving flashes of light to the chicks. And again, see, there was a significant increase in the amplitude of these visual evoked potentials, suggesting that these are not just structural connections which have been formed, but these are functionally mature connections which are being formed. Okay. So from these, I've just presented some brief data. So we concluded that prenatally enhanced sensory experience to mothers, it facilitates learning and memory by preserving or providing the increased or enhanced neural substrate. We have also done biochemically release of growth factors. We have studied neurotransmitters, and therefore we are concluding that it is resulting in early functional maturation, and therefore the chicks which are born, or the babies nowadays, if you see, the mothers are exposed to so much of sensory experience. So even as 1 week baby will be responding, moving their eyes, you know. So that is the effect of sensory experience which the mothers are getting, and therefore resulting in better cognition at birth. However, we should take this word earlier functional maturation with a pinch of salt, because it has also been said that we don't know what is the long-term effects. They are functionally mature, they are much better doing cognitive abilities, their motor skills are better, but what is the long-term effects still remains a query. Okay, so this is my research group, and thanks to all of you, and best of luck. Any questions? If you have, I can take it. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Suman Jain ji. Thank you. That was a fascinating presentation. And now I invite Professor Rajkumar Yadav ji to in charge of Integral Health and Wellness Clinic to say a few words about his experience in yoga meditation affecting brain. And after that, we can conclude the session. Thank you.
May I do from here? So once again, good morning. Namaste, namaskar. So because we are part of, as you know, host and the co-host, so we should also maintain the punctuality and respect the time. Anyways, I will just take few minutes, and in brief, I will try to cover the past, present, and future. Kal, aaj aur kal. In the past, what we have done means what AIIMS has done. You know, AIIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi itself is a brand. And the AIIMS is doing excellent work in different fields of medicine, science, including the yoga and meditation. And this journey began in 1960s. 1960 से हम लोग इस पे काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं, योग पे और मेडिटेशन पे. And you can go and you will find a lot of research work which we have done in different fields of medicine and science, and very important, this yoga and meditation. That is the past. Presently, we are working again in excellent way in different areas, which is primarily focused on at the you can say, to cover and to understand in the language of genomics, proteomics, and metabolomics. And again, that includes the different areas of medicine and the science, as well as the yoga and meditation. The future here, the purpose of this conference is the future. And as all of us has just witnessed those kids, the 6 kids. So future belongs to our kids, like those 6 kids. The meaning is we should and we will try to understand scientifically what the kids have shown. It was just like magic, jadoo. ये हो कैसे रहा? सब लोग यही क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे थे. One of you asked also, what is happening? How it is happening? So one is whatever has been shown, that is the fact, that is the observation. Second is what जो basic question मन में आता है, ये हो कैसे रहा है? What is the scientific explanation? So that is the future where we have to, and we will try to find the scientific answer, scientific basis. Because ये जो बच्चे दिखा रहे थे, मैंने पहले भी इन बच्चों को इस तरह के ब्राइटर माइंड्स को देखा है, and I was always amazed. The kids are amazing. ये हो कैसे रहा है, कैसे कर रहे हैं ये, आंखें बंद है फिर भी आप सब कुछ बता दे रहे हो. So that is what our job is. Being here at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, I think, as well as all the other collaborators, our job is to find what is the scientific explanation for this. And I hope we will try to find it out, and we can explain in scientific language why it is happening, how it is happening, what is the mechanism. And as they have already said, they are in collaboration with Delhi government and different schools of Delhi. So one of the best parts of those what the kids have shown is the future may be bright. If really what they are showing, and if you can, means your brain is so attentive, even with your closed eyes, you can know, you can understand what is happening around you. So that is the best part of these next generation, the coming generations. So that is the future. And as far as the AIIMS is concerned, as the hospitals are concerned, as the patients are concerned, we hope this type of activities, if really it's very good, which I am sure that some of our patients who have some blindness, who really are unable to see. And again, blindness may be at the, since birth, blindness may develop later on, or maybe the later stage of life. If because the babies, the kids were just like closed eyes, if they can look at the word, what is happening, what is the color of this cloth or the kurta or the pajama or the pant or the notes and all that, means you can visualize the world around you with your closed eyes. So what we can understand, हमारे लिए अगर हमारे कुछ patients जिनके लिए blindness है, if it can be useful for them. So this is the future, which is definitely at least two important the tracks which I can visualize. One is for our younger generation, for the next generation, they can use their brain more attentively, because usually it is said that presently we are not using our brain as efficiently as it could be, and perhaps those kids have shown that path, perhaps that. So that is one, that our generations, our coming generation may be much brighter, much attentive, the brighter minds. And second, as a patient, the patients that may be useful also for our patients. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yadav. One question, please.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, I was waiting for Suman ma'am to shed some light on this, what happened just before us. It just seemed like jadoo. So is there any scientific, remotely explanation for this?
Actually, it's really difficult. If you really ask me, I don't know. It's really difficult to answer. And in fact, that's what Dr. Rajkumar also said, that we have to actually study. Initially, I had not seen them earlier, so I thought that maybe they are, since birth they have this magic which they can do, but now I realize that it has been the training which has provided them. So definitely there is some changes in the synaptic connections, but without seeing how they are able to see, I think that we'll have to scientifically study them, and that's what we have been discussing for last 2-3 days also, and earlier we had thought, let's see what comes up.
So as I said just now, that this was the observation, the beautiful observation. Sabne dekha, like magic, miracle. But they have been trained. So their brain is now trained. And it appears that they are using their brain more efficiently or more attentively. But what is the scientific mechanism? What is the scientific explanation? I hope in the coming days or weeks or years, we may explain.
Thank you. Maybe one last question and then we'll have to take a break. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening with this study. It was really a nice one. And I have a query that in our text, when we go through our Sharistan, in Charak Samhita, it is mentioned that whatsoever the behavior that pregnant lady does, it is reflected exactly in the newborns, and we can see those traits throughout the life. So you have done this study that you have trained before hatching the eggs, and you have seen that these traits have been passed and they are exactly doing the same thing. If in case pregnant lady does some mistake and disease occurs in the newborn, then at which level we should go to treat that, or it will be passed to the next generations as well, or there is some scope of improvement for that also?
See, basically what you are asking, that if there is any disease, or I mean the lady is taking alcohol and other things, so that is a separate issue. So I'll first of all I'll talk about that. We have done some studies wherein we are given very high intensity of sounds. So this intensity which we gave was only 60 decibels. We have given very high intensity of sounds, that is 120 decibels also, and we found that that had not these beneficial effects, rather they had some sort of detrimental effects. So this is the sound stimulation which you have to given which you have to give should be in a physiological range, should not be damaging. Okay, so that is one. And then we have given 60 decibel of noise also. So the music which you are giving has to be more soothing. And that's what I think when we give music therapy now, there are a number of centers, especially down south, they're using music therapy for even pregnant mothers, for mental retarded children, and for number of other conditions also. So then you have to choose a music which is soothing to that person and has an intensity, frequency, and everything within an optimal, physiologically optimal range. So that is one. But second aspect is that if the mother is consuming, say, alcohol, opioids, or has some disease, okay, so in that condition also, although there are few studies which say like maternal stress, if you talk about maternal stress. So if the mother is at any point of time, say after 5th semester or even 6th month also, if they start meditating or they start listening to music therapy, then there is some sort of recovery. May not be complete restoration, because that will depend how serious the condition was. The more the severity, then less chances of it to come back. Okay, so some sort of recovery or restoration can be brought about by music therapies or by meditation or other type of techniques. But I think definitely there will be some percentage of the thing which may be passed to the child or to the next generation. So that's how we talk of mutations and, neurodevelopmental disorders. Now we know that there is increased risk in neurodevelopmental disorders also. We're getting a lot of children who have ADHD or autism or cerebral palsy. So that may be, the lifestyles of mother is also affecting the children. Okay. So that is why, that जो हम पुराना अपना हमारे बुजुर्ग कहते थे या हमारे scripts में है कि pregnant ladies should be eating good food, should be listening to good music. So that still holds true.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to add a bit of it. Just like you said, you have given high frequency sound also. So the same thing has been written that if the lady hears high volume or if she talks in high volume, then the baby could be pralapi, which we can say in mental conditions changes in the normal baby.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for
yes,
enlightening.
very good. And in fact, Dr. Suman has done a lot of work on this, the effect of sound, and she has just shown that the effect basically on the chicks. And our Indian legacy, the traditions, the paramparaएं, और सबसे अच्छा एग्जाम्पल इसका है हमारे साउंड का इफेक्ट क्या है, इसका बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल इज अभिमन्यु.
Agree, sir.
So I think that is the best example.
Thank you all. So we'll break for. You can probably interact during the break. Then thank you. We'll meet at 11:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
There
That
is
was an
also been
excellent
a
session.
very big rush for the certificates. Just go slowly, surely. Certificates will be definitely be given to all. Don't form a crowd there. That's a request from the people who are handing them out. Thank you. We'll reassemble here at 11:45 for the next session, the final panel discussion of the 3-day conference. Thank you. Please come to the, where do we come, ma'am, Dr. Kocher? Just outside the foyer, look at some balloon releasing ceremony by the kids. We'll be having some fun with the kids again. Some balloons will be released. So please go to the foyer for this. Thank you.
We have to felicitate the chairpersons. We'll just felicitate Dr. Suman once. ठीक है. So, सुमन जी, आपको नेक्स्ट सेशन में भी फेलिसिटेट कर देंगे एक ही बार, है? हाँ, 2 in 1, हाँ? And Dr. Yadav also, ठीक है. And Dr. Jay is our own, so he won't mind, I'm sure.
Just take the left.
सामने फोटो ले लेना। No.
हमारे साथ
कर सकते हैं।
Yes. Thank you.
Give me a photo.
Take one in this one. Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you. BBS डॉक्टर टीचर कहाँ पे द्वारका अच्छा डॉक्टर भागवत जी हैं अच्छा डॉक्टर भागवत जी हैं ये कर रहे हैं कंपेयर खुद कर रहे हैं हाँ हाँ ये हार्टफुलनेस ट्रेनर द्वारका अच्छा ही इज आल्सो हार्टफुलनेस ट्रेनर हाँ हाँ ये हार्टफुलनेस भी ट्राई कीजिए
अभी यही समझा रहा था सर मैं कि हमारे साथ अल्टरनेटिव मेडिसिन में भी है मैं भी ट्रेनर भी हूँ अल्टरनेटिव मेडिसिन में
medical doctors for holistic health. वैसे medical doctors इस पे नहीं
अरे पता ले लीजिए
जो डॉक्टर्स for holistic health तो संडे को वैसे मेडिकल डॉक्टर इनका स्पिरिचुअलिटी में इंटरेस्ट है उनको ऑनलाइन टॉक पे गाइड करते हैं 11 से 12 तो कभी आप सर्च में देखा यही काम है हमारा
तो आपको तो स्पीच लाइक पूरा
कॉन्टेक्ट पे नंबर ले Thank you. आप डॉक्टर अपना साधन
whenever you visit
चल रहा है क्योंकि अभी फाइनल किया था सुबह सुबह
whenever एक आपके से
हाँ हाँ अब मुझे व्हाट्सएप में 7979 698 20
मैं कानपुर से हूँ से लिया हुआ दब के मतलब थोड़ा सा बैक साइड होके बोलते थे आपको दुख के निकल गया
we all learn the same thing. I used to didn't say कि मैं meditation करता क्या प्रॉब्लम है
Why do तो बूम आएगा तो यहाँ हो गया तो बूम आएगा इसमें
बढ़िया है
एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी बढ़ेगी बूम आएगा अब हम जो आए हैं 500 डेलीगेट्स मैम दादी को याद क्या करो सीधा ऑन टारगेट जाएगा सिस्टर एक मिनट प्लीज दादी का भी सर आपका यहीं के ले लीजिए, थोड़ा सा और अच्छा लगे। 2-3 ले लीजिएगा, अच्छा कोई आए। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Signing. कौन बहुत हो रहा है? मेरा नहीं हुआ ना। हो गया? बहुत एक वीडियो meditation is necessary for life. Art of relaxation and awareness.
सामान रख के जाओ, चलो आप।
Straight.
चलो कोई ये बैग रख लो। ये बैग रख लो। कुछ चाय पी, थोड़ा कुछ खा लो।
President IN of Gurgaon.
ये है
पता नहीं।
आप सभी से निवेदन है कि क्विकली अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लीजिए ताकि हम लोग नेक्स्ट सेशन स्टार्ट कर सकें।
बैठ जाओ तुम।
इससे क्या होगा ना, फोन उठाना बंद कर देंगे आप कि यार ये अब फोन कर रहा है।
आप सभी का प्लेनरी सेशन में स्वागत है। इस सेशन के चेयरमैन Dr. Suman Jain, she doesn't need any introduction, but still, she is working with AIIMS. She has so many papers published, almost in 56 journals. आपने 5 बुक के चैप्टर्स भी लिखे हैं. So I request Dr. Suman to chair this session and honor the.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think people will gradually join in. They must be having their tea. Okay. Yes. So that's why we have started, that we have a good group of people has joined. So it's my pleasure to introduce my co-chair, Dr. Varnik Nicole. She is a French pediatrician and has been practicing heartful medicine for past 30 years. She is currently the director of the Heartfulness Yoga School, heading yoga program, yoga school at Chennai, right? In Hyderabad. And she is heading various yoga programs and courses in India and abroad. She is very active to teach yoga and meditation. And I don't want to read it. I have been interacting with her for last 2 days. And just by talking to her, I'm feeling relaxed. Okay. So that's it. So now I'll request Dr. Vanik to please introduce our first speaker, Dr. Bindu Kutti.
So it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Bindu Kutti. She's joining us online, so that's why we're also going to start with her. And thank you so much for taking the time. So Professor Bindu Kutti, she is working as a senior professor in neurophysiology in AIIMS, Bangalore, where she's joining us, from there. She's also Dean of Basic Science. I've had the pleasure to meet her and to interact with her on different sessions. I really like the spirit of Dr. Bindu Kutti. And thank you so much for taking the time. So Professor Bindu Kutti, she is working as a senior professor in neurophysiology.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
She's also doing.
There is some echo. Is it?
I had the pleasure to meet her and to interact with her on different sessions.
Why the double voice is
I
coming?
really like the spirit and so also the shared working as a professor
Hello, Bindu ma'am. Some issue with audio, please. Whatever we are saying is being repeated number of times. Dr. Bindu ma'am, do you have any other audios on your side? Because there is an echo from whatever we are saying. So if you please mute all the devices from your end, maybe just for once, to try out. Okay, I think still the voice is coming. Ma'am, please mute us. Do you have any other audios on audio right? Because there is an echo from whatever you're saying. So if you please mute. Maybe just once. I'll also take the pleasure of please inviting all the panelists on stage. So may I request Dr. Vishnu Prasad, and Dr. Usha Kiran, Dr. Rita, Dr. Govinda, and Swami Jitendran to please join us on stage. Yes. Do we have Dr. Usha Kiran? Okay, ma'am. I think it's not right. Ma'am, are we audible, Dr. Bindu?
Yes.
But we can't hear you. Can you say hello, please?
Hello.
Yes, I think that's fine. Yes. Oh, there's still some echo. Okay. Right.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, fine. Fine.
Sorry, Dr. Suman. Just one small announcement, Dr. Veronica. Dr. Ashwini Mishra will also be joining us for a very few minutes, for about 5 minutes after Dr. Usha Kiran. Let us see if it is seated. Hello. Hello.
Yes, I think that's fine. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay, fine. Fine.
Thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Suman. Just one small announcement, Dr. Veronica. Dr. Ashwini Mishra will also be joining us for a very 5 minutes after Dr. Usha Kiran.
Yes, Dr. Bindu, I think it's coming from your computer. You must have maybe a video running at the back of the session that plays when you unmute. If you could just check that all your windows are closed except Zoom, that would be perfect. And if you could mute just for this moment.
Yes, Dr. Bindu, I think it's coming from your computer. You must have maybe a video.
Yes, thank you. So a little technical difficulties at the beginning, but I'm so glad Dr. Bindu can join us for this last session of this conference. And the topic of, thank you, the topic of this session is spiritual consciousness and contemplative practices to elevate healthcare. And we have a wonderful panelist joining us. So Dr. Bindu Kuti is a senior professor of neurophysiology, Department of Neurophysiology of NIMHANS, Bangalore. She is also the Dean of Basic Science and Officer in Charge, Center of Consciousness Studies in NIMHANS. She has 30 years of teaching, a lot of experience in neurophysiology in NIMHANS, and contributed with her research in neuroscience and consciousness, cognition and meditation, the role of subiculum in spatial cognition and neuroplasticity. So she's really at the heart, or at the heart of the brain, I would say. And so we will start with her and then introduce the speakers as we are calling them so that you remember a little bit of their background. Dr. Bindu Kuti, I would like to give the mic to you if you're ready. Thank you for joining us.
Dr. Bindu Kuti, I would like to give the mic to you if you're ready.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Hello. I didn't hear you. Did you ask me any question or how? What should I do?
Actually, if you could start with your presentation and in about 10 minutes with the points that you have prepared, that would be fantastic. The scene is yours.
Anyway, I didn't prepare any slides as such. I was thinking it will be a kind of discussion among the panelists. There is some echoing.
Ma'am, you can please start your whatever view. Please share your views or your experiences on this topic, please.
Yeah. Okay, I can just start.
Ma'am, you could please start your whatever you please share your views or your experiences on this topic.
Yeah, thank you so much. And let me congratulate Professor Kochar and her team for organizing such a wonderful conference. And thank you, Dr. Suman and Dr. Veronica, for inviting me to this very interesting panel discussion topic, that is the spiritual consciousness and contemplative practice for well-being. For making such a wonderful conference.
Bindu ma'am, if your YouTube is on, you can switch it off on your computer.
Yeah. Dr. Suman, there is a lot of echoing. I'm not
Dr. Bindu, if your YouTube is on, you can just switch it off, please, at your end. On your laptop, if your YouTube is on. Or if any other window is open, you can just close it.
Dr. Bindu, if your YouTube is on, you can just switch it off.
Yeah.
On your laptop, if your YouTube is on.
Not laptop, this is. Let me see. There is no windows as such seen here.
Ma'am, you can log out maybe. I think we'll join again after some time.
Yeah, I will join again. I will join again.
Okay, ma'am.
ठीक हाँ मैम प्लीज यू लॉग आउट एंड ज्वाइन अगेन एंड इन द मीन टाइम विल हैव द सेकंड स्पीकर yeah
We'll call you, ma'am, if you can keep your phone.
So it's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Vishnu Prasad Brawal. He's engineer as well as doctor, so it's a double degree, and he's a well-known person dealing in holistic sciences. And he has come all the way from Nepal to share his experiences on this topic. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone and namaskar. Om Hiring Shring Sukrahe Namaha. Om Hari Om. Today we are here for this program, and I am very much thankful to the organizers who has been invited me in this stage and given opportunities to say few things, few words about the health care meditations as well as other related, connected activities which are mandatory for us. Number one, we are connected with medicines and meditations as well as human values. Along with, we are connecting door-to-door mobile cleaning centers, because at present, day by day, technology has been upgraded and we are in advanced stage. On top of that, we are growing and we are gradually going to the technical institution, technical educations, communications, informations, for which it is mandatory for young generations to come up forward straight for the nations as well as our community as a whole of the country. Now, we are here, human values is also one of the connected, because if the education sector previously Ministry of HRD was providing human values for educations, for training teachers, role of teachers, role of playing, how to play to teachers to the student while teaching to them. That was one subject was going on. Now it has been transferred from Ministry of HRD to NCRT. Accordingly, there was many people when I was OSD technical to Chief Ministers, Northeastern states and posted at Delhi. That time many people are coming and asking, seeking the service. Then I used to tell them, see, everybody is not possible to provide the service. Let us do something new, how we can provide everybody to get the service for their life, survival of their life, as well as business and whatever their probability and grievances. For that, I was the founder of Skill India. Now, throughout the world, it is going on. I was the person who was introduced in the country, in the world. And now at that time, Honorable Prime Minister was, Honorable Chief Ministers, myself and Dr. Suhasban, who was Commissioner of India, Ministry of Agriculture, he is from ETA, and he was my president. I was National General Secretary, and we formed one National General Secretary, National All India Federations of Volunteer Organizations. In that I was National General. We were thinking how to provide the service, and we, unless and until it will not make them technical, we cannot survive. We cannot provide service to them for their livelihood and their for lively. Everybody of the country. That's why we have brought Skill India. We have to teach them, we have to skill them, we have to train them, then we will place to them. If we do not know anything, how as a layman we cannot get any service. Even graduation, technical graduation, engineers, civils, whatever may be, whatever subject exercise, they are not getting job unless and until they are experienced in the specific performance and specific subject. That was one of the reasons which is lagging behind for the young generations. Another thing is that now, as well as now I am attached with the Tata Grow Hill Medical Health Center. For that, we door to door we are going and we are taking survey data and we are finding the solutions how we can get. Now people are going for one normal. This is God, doctor, they become a God. Another second God is the doctor, we can say. God is God. Before God, no one is there. Number in priority was God, second is the second, doctor is the second God. That we can say, because they are servicing for the people and they are surviving their life and they are saving the people's life with many sectors. That's why they are giving. Now, accordingly, I am attached with the Tata Health Grow service in door to door. Recently we have got in pilot project we are going to start. It is first time in India that we have starting. Now in Mizoram we have got the order for pilot projects that we are going to be implement next 2 weeks, and that we'll see how it will be impact, how it will be the effect, and how it will be the possibility and field implementations that we have to find out. After that we'll go straight throughout the country. That was our Tata Telecommunications and Grow Hills one service that we are trying to get it implemented throughout the country. Another, we are going down now day by day. See, everybody is not possible now. Government job is better to stop and like abroad. What they are doing their own self-sustainable business. There are many sectors that came up. Now we are thinking, see, the very poor country like Bangladesh, the self-help group, they came from self-help group, now they are earning money, they become very big economic, 5% around economic in the Bangladesh. From where? From the self-help group, SSC group, from Mahila, from women groups, they are from the 10% and our work, they do that by themselves. That also from 1860 NGO, they have performing their achievement. Accordingly, we can perform our achievement. There are many platforms which we have to go, we have to do seriously, we have to go seriously, we have to know seriously, we have to step forward. Then only we can come up with the mission and visions and whatever the people wanted at present scenario, nowadays, that will be fulfilled. That's what we are thinking. Now another issues are there. Now I am involved in Nepal to be as a Hindu nation. That also I am the international founder, international chairman of the Nepal Hindu Punasarmas. That also I am holding as I am part and parcel. Accordingly, I am holding another organization, that all of these old human rights protection commissions, that I am the international vice president, that also I am holding. Many portfolio I am having, but I am trying to live with some portfolio, but no one living to me. That was my reason. I am holding this, all these. Even National Jal Shakti, when I became the NGO organization, I got Bharat Ratna award, and I have been celebrated very many things. I got many awards in China. I went recently. I went Dubai. I have spoke many things about the economics, how to get the economics of the country, how to go ahead, and how we can do better for tomorrow for young generation. Our time is almost 50% has gone. Now remaining 50%. 50% we have to think for new generation and young generations. We should not think for us, myself, me and our equivalent, my friends and colleagues. Because we are already 50% we have gone. Now we have to come with mission, vision, and that I thankful to these organizations collecting and all the data and making successful to the seminar and giving guidance to all over the old doctors and us, like expertise person calling and giving platform and giving opportunities to say something about the own expertise and whatever we know. So we should collect like expertise person, and we should be bring in one platform, and if we go together, then what will be done, that successfully will be implemented, whatever our proposal, whatever our mission, whatever our vision. And accordingly, if necessary, we can seek the comments from the expertise, from concerned expert, and we can implement it throughout the country. That was also is one of the factors which we can do. Accordingly, I would like to say all young generations, though they are pursuing degree, though they are pursuing this, they should come in practically fields, and they should work for the people, for the nation, for the young generations. Together should come in one umbrella, and we have to work together. We may be different subject expertise, but question does not arise. But we have to work, and achievement and result is the main factor of the subject expert. That's why whatever we are doing, we should do carefully, we should take carefully, we have to implement carefully, and we should be faithfully. Faithfully is the most responsible for us wherever we are doing our own expertise subject. That is my concerns, and that is my ideas. Whatever I have shared, accordingly I thank you to the all members, delegates, and whatever they are present in the seminar. And I would also thankful. Lot of thanks to the chairman who was organizing this program, and the chair and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you can please stay there, we can have few questions. One question. Anybody wants to? He's taken so much of great initiative, and I think we should admire him that he's been working so hard and done such good work, and has been doing, and hopefully will continue motivating us to think of the nation and the country and people. Any queries from him?
His Highness Dr. Baral, I have a question to you, because you are living in India and asking for the neighbor countries. That is very good for you, and for us also. So do you think whatever the Indian government is taking initiative to promote Indian system of medicines, how we strengthen and improve on international way? What is your opinion for our?
This is very good ideas, and I thank to you. You are seeking answer from me. It is very nice. See, Indian government, whatever they have taken the initiative in this regard, they have done initially. She stage first time 1 or 2 months they have planned, they are planning, and they are discussing. They are framing technical constituted committee of the doctors, and as well as other related concerns subject. After that, they have decided, and finally they have decided we have to go accordingly. So after that, they have decided, and they have started to implement. This is also one of the implement from this factor. That what I thought, number one. And number two, see, in Nepal, there are, you see, there are many herbal plantations are there. If any expertise doctors are there. We may directly offer to them to go and product and make medicines in our country also, so that we can do many things for the. See, there are 2-3 things we can do. One, we can do job creation. Job will be creation from that organization, and another revenue will create, even government, even private, even public, that everybody will be happy, healthy. And number 3, atmosphere and relations between India and Nepal, that will be far better than this. They have got ill mind, ill intention thinking, that will be far away from this curriculum, activities. That's why I am honestly requesting to all expertise doctor, come straight forward. If you need the proposal for granting from the government, that is no problem. That we can do. That I can do from here, diplomatic ambassador also, he will do that. He is having that such power. He is creating certain power. That also we can do. And on top of that, even government also we can do. So anybody if are there, are interested, you can come straight forward to the Nepal and have this medicine plan. Now this Baba Ramdev is organizing, I am to say. And but Baba, this Balkrishna Acharya also is organizing. That is not much affecting in the Nepal, because some testings has been rejected from quality. That's why we need quality, we need quantity, we need revenue, we need implementation, we need relation. That is 5 things we need. But Baba Ramdev has done only 3 things. That's why he has been rejected. So he has not come up forward, straight forward, though he is here maybe. That's why I am requesting to all the expertise and doctors from any company, any associations, come forward. For that, we are ready for 5 things. Quality, quantity, again I am repeating, quality, quantity, revenue, implementation and relation. That will be very healthy atmosphere for both the country. That was my suggestion and my request, humble request to all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vishnu.
So it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Usha Kiran to the stage. And I think she truly embodies to this topic and the entire conference of medicine and meditation. Please, if you would like, as I introduce you, to come to the podium. And Dr. Usha Kiran, as you will see, so she's been the professor and head of the Department of Cardiac Anesthesia in Cardiothoracic Center in AIIMS. And she has been practicing cardiac anesthesia in intensive care for 30 years. And as you can see, she is actually continuing all the service to her patients and society, providing pain therapy with Raj Yoga meditation techniques, acupressure and acupuncture. She's done a lot of work in the field of prevention and stress relief in health awareness campaign all over India. So Mama will just let you do your presentation, and thank you so much for giving us the experience on the field of the topic of today.
Thank you. Namaskar. Om Shanti. So, respected Madam Chairperson, Co-Chairperson, and all the people in the dais, as well as all in front of me, watching to me and listening for last 2 days. Such a beautiful topic. So, Dr. Kochar, I'm very thankful to Dr. Kochar, ma'am. She has fulfilled my desire. Because I have been working on this topic. Thank you. Because madam really has fulfilled my desire. We have been meeting, but I have been working on this topic, for more than 25 years. And being in AIIMS, I was very fortunate to be over there in a research institute with a lot of clinical work. And that too in cardiac neurocenter, where we have stressful patient, stressful relation, or relatives and caregivers under the stress, and stressful doctors, nurses, staff, everybody. And this is where we realize it is very important. And my work, I would like to say the way I did it and everybody cooperated with me, And this was my first study which I did it. You can see Dr. Madhuri Bihari sitting with me, and we made a small meditation room in the CN Center. And that was at the time of Dr. Venugopal when he used to be over here. And we first study, we did it on tension headache. You know, headache is, I think everybody knows headache. Everybody has experienced headache. Or in the family, somebody has experienced headache. It's very common. So in the lunchtime, we used to sit together and talk to the patient's relation, and if they were referred from the neurology, we found marvelous results. We found, see, when we are very close to the patient, we realize the consciousness is very different. This is what our topic is, spiritual conscious. The spiritual conscious means spiritual conscious means that we have in a conscious what is going on. And that beautiful thing, what is going on, if it is chaos inside, clutter inside, things are bad, the past things. So what will happen? So once we have a spiritual consciousness, then everything is clean and clear, and meditation is the only way. And I think all meditation lovers are sitting over here and they have come to know this. As my association with Brahma Kumaris was more than 50 years. As I was a medical student, I joined Brahma Kumaris. And I learned how to be in spiritual conscious, which made me do minimum thinking. Because these days, one of the problem in everybody is, and that disease is in everyone, and that disease is overthinking, which is not required. So how to get rid of this problem of over-selective, proper thinking, which is really required for me, and that is the spiritual meditation, which I learned from Brahma Kumaris, known as Raj Yoga, and this we taught to our students. And I realized those who were coming as a students, because they followed up us also, tension headache students, many of them, most of the students they have. Then we saw the review, the literature, they said more than 50% students get headache all the time. I would say not even 40% get the headache, because there's a lot of problems in their life, and future, they are concerned about it. So this was simply treated unbelievable by 3 months of meditation without stopping medicine, but slowly they could taper the medicine, and within 6 months their concentration improved, their memory improved, their behavior changed. 90% had irritational behavior, a kind of anger inside, holding up the things. So a lot of things were problem, more of psychological than of a physical problem. So with this, starting with this study, which was very successful and published also on my name, there it is in the PubMed, and then next we started this is the meditation room where you can see we started on the cardiac patients. And you can see all these patients who are there, they are teenagers with their relation, and they had heart surgery. You can imagine a heart surgery patient, a child, see the condition of the parents. So this is to relieve the stress of this and to find out whether they recover better. So that is how we did studies over here. And in these studies, we found all those who were having healing problems. The scars were not healing. There were a lot of fluid collecting inside the pleura after the surgery, and delayed healing. All these teenager group, they just in few days got healed. And then we realized and studied the healing. We studied the healing hormones. All these projects which were taken, they are in association with Department of Science and Technology with the grant. And now we have ICMR grant also. Till now, lot of grants has been given and lot of work has been done in the field, which is proved. We, in headache patient, we did melatonin level because they have sleep disturbance. They were abnormal. We did serotonin levels, they were abnormal. So we have seen all the levels, even in this children, we have done interleukin levels. We see how the body gets affected to the kind of stress and negativity. So once we start on to the spiritual consciousness that I am a powerful soul, I am not this body, and I am getting this power from Almighty God and charging my soul and sending these healing waves to that particular organ which is disease. So this kind of, which we call it as healing laboratory, meditation room as healing laboratory, and we found that all these things started healing fast. Interleukin levels which were very high, they reduced. Cortisol levels which were very high, they reduced. So all these prove that how the meditation helps along with medicines. I am not against medicine, medicines are required, but medicines are doing their effect, but inner healing, healing is always inside. It is not from outside with the medicine. So inner healing is with the inner hormones, which is positive hormones. And the kind of room we get is a kind of room with vibrations of peace, happiness, love, because we don't do anything else over there. It is not to be used for any other purpose, and that vibrations has to be in that enclosed space. And whosoever comes for the purpose of meditation only. Now you can see all our nurses and doctors are being trained also. This is how we do it, and we found the results are very good. If supposing patient is not able to come to a place because he's too sick or he's not supposed to leave the bed, then bedside also can be done. So this is also we have done, and I found it is not that the patient gets a relief, it is we, the people who are giving, they get more blessings and we get a relief. That we have done justice to our profession. It's not that I've given medicine, okay, take the medicine, take it with a glass of water. No, that is not the way. My own vibrations of spiritual conscious and having a God's power in my hand and giving on to them and talking to them. It's not like artificial intelligence to stand over there as a robot. No, there is some emotion and positivity which goes on to the patient. When I am full, then only I'll be able to give to others. When I am myself depleted of peace, depleted of happiness, depleted of powers, then how can I give to others? So this meditation, which I will again thank Dr. Kocher and the team, beautifully done, so that everybody is participating who is interested. So all those sitting who are interested, and I think we should encourage this kind of activity in our medical practices. And whichever hospital I went, after that I went to Noida, the Child Institute, there also we opened the yoga room, and the DM himself came to inaugurate that room. So these kinds of activities now encouraged by government also and the profession also. It's very good, it should nicely be encouraged, not just for the patient, we, the one who are on the healthcare side, also badly need it and we require it. I think we should do it. Again, I'm thankful to you, Dr. Kocher. You have taken an initiative.
Thank you, ma'am. ये आप ही का लड़ी चल रहा है, मैम. आपने शुरुआत किया था.
Thank you, ma'am. It's sheer pleasure having you. I think we'll take questions at the end, ma'am.
Sure.
If it's okay. Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. Rita? Dr. Rita is working with Department of Electronics and Communication, University Institute of Engineering and Technology, Kurukshetra. And her areas of research include biomedical signal and image processing and artificial intelligence and machine learning. She is a reviewer of many national and international journals. She has organized number of faculty development programs, students culture program, technical workshop, alumni meets, and international Gita seminars at Kurukshetra University. She is leading PI on a DST sponsored international collaboration project with Malaysia and Thailand. And she has many more credits to add. So I'll just request her to please share her experiences on, I think, artificial intelligence. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And artificial consciousness.
On the banks of the Sarovar at Kurukshetra. Yes. And this time President Madam gave her blessings.
Yes.
So
Thank
please
you very
clap
much.
for that also.
Thank you very much. The PowerPoints are there. इनमें तो मुझे नहीं दिखाई दे रही, मैंने एम्स के नाम से सेव करी थी। एम्स 25/8/2023, एम्स 25/8/2023।
आधा ही लाने
So Dr. Rita had very interesting points that she raised in the preparation of this panel discussion, and I'm really eager to understand what is artificial consciousness and how is it different from human consciousness. So while we wait for the slides, I just wanted to awaken your curiosity in a field where she's an expert, and we're so glad to have you today. Thank you, Dr. Rita.
इसमें तो आ ही नहीं रहा, एंटीवायरस होगा इसमें। It's okay, it's not late.
Yeah.
ये है तो इसमें एक्चुअली एंटीवायरस की वजह से दिख नहीं रहा। नीचे डी
वही सेम है।
मेल किया था मैंने, नहीं है
मेल किसको किया था?
डॉक्टर सुमन जैन को। हाँ जी, मेल में दोबारा सेंड कर देती हूँ।
So may I call Dr. Govinda Kumar? Dr. Govinda Kumar is a clinical naturopath, and he's quite an interesting journey, starting from professional dance yoga and traditional yoga practitioner, and working as a clinician and acupuncturist and yogic lifestyle coach and researcher in different institutes, to working as a doctor in SDM Medical College of Naturopathy and Yogic Science. And right now, so Dr. Govinda Kumar is working as CMO in Balaji Nirodham, New Delhi, as a naturopath doctor. Thank you for joining us in this panel.
Thank you so much, and I thanks everyone who's sitting on the dais. Also thanks to Miss Kochar Mems, so give me opportunity to talk with you. So today is a topic about the spiritual consciousness, and I wanted to ask you one thing, because I'm going to give the reference for the Bhagavad Gita and Vedas, because today's topic is quite different. It's not about the medicine and meditations. It's about the medicines is only meditations. So how many people knows here in the well? So if I can give the reference, will be no issue. Okay. So if we start the journey from the Vedas and you want to describe your disease, then there are three things. अगर आप ये देखना चाहेंगे कि बीमारी कितने प्रकार की होती है, तो वो 3 प्रकार की है. And only one can be treated through the medical science. Only one. It's very surprised. But really, see, when it talks about the spiritual, is adhyatma, adhyatmic. It's what's mean. What's the mem said from the Brahma Kumaris, that आध्यात्मिक मीन्स आत्मा का अध्ययन पहले होना चाहिए, फिर शरीर का. क्योंकि and we are treating here first the body and we are forgetting everything, but we don't know when the divine soul came first. So the first aura have to be treated. How many people, I think many people know about the quantum physics here. So what quantum physics said, see, till that we won't see the about the nucleus, यानी nucleus को अगर नहीं देखेंगे, बहुत स्मॉलेस्ट पार्ट है अगर किसी चीज का सेल से भी न्यूक्लियस, तो आप उसकी जेनेटिक या उसकी क्रिएशंस को नहीं समझ सकते. सही है. अगर आप क्वांटम फिजिक्स को देखते हैं तो आप बहुत सरप्राइज हो जाएंगे कि मेरा हाथ भी सॉलिड नहीं है, ये लैपटॉप सॉलिड नहीं है, ये डायस सॉलिड नहीं है, नॉट इवन यू, नॉट इवन मी, वी आर इन द वेव फॉर्म्स. You can read it. This is the proven. So if you go still more single unit, you will find that you are in the waveforms. So wave can be treated by only waves. That's why the treating the Atma, you need the pranic healing, because Atma is the wave. Everyone was saying before only, we can't visualize that, we can't see with our, see, हम हवा नहीं देख सकते, मतलब हवा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. So actually what the Vedas say about the disease, only 3 classification of the diseases are there. First is Atmic. You know what is with Atmic? In medical science, somewhere we say congenital, by birth. यानी there we can't do anything because हो गया, वो birth से कोई deformities आ गई, कोई genetic changes हो गए या कोई autoimmune problem हो गई, so cut Atmic. But actually Bhagavad Gita says when you are performing the bad karma in this suppose the life, you will carry it through for the next, and you have to suffer that. That is called Atmic. And second comes कायिक. कायिक मीन्स आपकी फिजियोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम. जैसे अगर आपने आज पानी नहीं पिया, मैं बहुत ढूंढ रहा था पानी, नहीं पिया तो यू विल बी डिहाइड्रेटेड. ठीक है, ये कायिक है. लेकिन जो थर्ड है वही सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. थर्ड इज इवन आई कैन से ओनली यू, एनी डॉक्टर कैन ट्रीट एंड वर्क ऑन द थर्ड, दैट्स कॉल्ड मानसिक. Till you won't treat your manas, you can't treat your tanas. Why? Because that is only will channelize your medicine through the meditations or through the herbs or anything. So जब तक आप मानसिक पे काम नहीं करते, तो मानसिक पे काम करने के लिए बहुत सिंपल सा फॉर्मूला है. भगवद गीता चैप्टर 2 श्लोका 56 saying, see, Bhagavad Gita, if you see the Arjun's Lord Krishna is telling Arjuna that you two have to do the karmas and all, never said, Arjun, get down from this your cart and worship me with the coconut and agarbatti, Om Jai Jagdish Hare. No, he said, Dukhesu vigna manam sukhesu vigat spraha vitarag bhay krodh istidhirmuni uchyate. सिंपल कहा है कि जो दुख में विचलित नहीं होता, जो सुख में अभिमानी नहीं होता, जिसे एंजाइटी नहीं है, अटैचमेंट नहीं है, फियर नहीं है, एंगर नहीं है, वही मुनि है, वही स्वस्थ है. अब आप देखिए, ये मन को ट्रीट कर रहे हैं आत्मा के थ्रू. और इवन अर्जुन आस्क्ड, सी इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट व्हाट यू आर सेइंग, हाउ कैन आई बी लाइक वोंट बी पेनफुल इन माय लाइक व्हेन आई गेट द दुख. ही सेड, see, the cause of the problem is not your body. Not body. It's a अत्याहारम प्रजालपो. यह सच नियमागर. ज्यादा करोगे, नियमों को तोड़ोगे तो सफर करोगे. यानी अत्याहारम, अति किसकी? आहार की, विचार की, विकार की, विहार की, वियोग की, योग की, भोग की और रोग की, तब जाके पेन होगा आपको. और यह सच नियमागर. गर्मी है तो एसी में बैठना है, ठंडी है तो हीटर पे बैठना है. अगर आप नियम तोड़ रहे हो प्रकृति को, अगर कितने योनिया मानी गई, 84 lakhs योनिया कहा गई है, मान ली, हाँ चलो 84 lakhs मान लेते हैं, है ना. 84 lakhs योनियों में से 83,99,999 कुछ नहीं करती, ओनली हम करते हैं. एक ही योनि जो कुछ करती है. यानी नियम को तोड़ने में जिसका योगदान है वो मानव का है. इसीलिए श्री कृष्ण कहते हैं, अर्जुन आस्क्स देयर, बिकॉज ये स्पिरिचुअल कॉन्शियसनेस के बारे में बात हो रही है, इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं. मैं सुमन मैडम का भी एक उसमें रेफरेंस लेना चाहूंगा बाद में. देखिए, क्योंकि कुछ लोग यहां बैठे जिन्होंने एक्सपीरियंस किया है वो बात. अर्जुन पूछता है कि आपने कह दिया है कि नियम नहीं तोड़ना है, अति नहीं करनी, तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सॉल्यूशन इतना ही है कि 3 चीजों को साथ में लाओ, मन, बुद्धि और शरीर. यानी कि योग से गुरु कर्माणि संगम तत्वाभ्यंजयो सिद्धो सिद्धो समभूतम समत्वम योग उच्यते. आज तक आपने क्या सुना है? ओनली बॉडी इज मेड अप बाय 5, बट भगवद गीता कहती नॉट 8 एलिमेंट्स. इट्स कॉल्ड मन बुद्धि अहंकार. अगर आप मन के ऊपर काम करते हो बुद्धि से, सपोज मैं थोड़ा डाइट पे रहता हूँ, अच्छा खाता हूँ, और मुझे आज कचौरी खानी है क्योंकि मैं जाऊंगा तो वहां सीपी पे, लेकिन उससे पहले अगर मैं कुछ नहीं खाता तो मेरे मन पे बुद्धि का कंट्रोल होना चाहिए, तभी जाके आप पंचमहाभूतों की थ्योरी को क्लियर कर पाओगे। पृथ्वी तत्व होने से, इफ पृथ्वी इज मोर, इफ जला इज मोर, इफ अग्नि इज मोर, इज नॉट योर ट्रीटिंग योर डिजीज और योर कंपोजिशन ऑफ द बॉडी। आई टेल यू, जब अभिमन्यु की बात आई मैम, एंड यू आर एक्सप्लेन द पेपर अबाउट कि भाई कैसे साउंड्स इफेक्ट ऑन द fetus and wombs and all. See, I checked myself personally nadi. So many people had experience, and I had, by checking the nadis, मैंने बहुत लोगों की डिलीवरी, कैंसर्स ऐसे, because when I check nadi, I says you have this disease, you are taking these medications, you have 3 stent, you have, see, this is actually science, but how the people, मैं लेट आया था, but the students were I think covering their eyes and they were explaining something. Actually ये एक टीचिंग है, उसके लिए अभ्यास की जरूरत होती है, और वास्तव में मैम की बात सही है कि यहाँ पर साइंस है। क्या साइंस है? कि ब्रेन जो है वो काम करता है कैसे। एग्जाम्पल, एक क्लास में 100 बच्चे हैं, टीचर सेम है, समय सेम है, टॉपिक सेम है, पढ़ाने वाला सेम है, टॉपर एक ही होता है, क्योंकि वो ब्रेन के ऊपर होता है कि वो कैसे उसको ग्रास्प करता है। मैं बताना चाहूंगा, मैं कथक डांसर भी हूँ, भरतनाट्यम डांसर भी हूँ, बेस्ट कुक भी मैंने अवार्ड लिया है, मैं सिंगिंग अच्छी करता हूँ, मैं म्यूजिशियन भी हूँ, बजाता भी अच्छा हूँ, लेकिन अभी तक मैंने कोई सीखा नहीं है। मैं जब साउथ गया तो मैंने भरतनाट्यम नहीं सीखा, मैं उन्हें सिखा रहा था। मैं अपना इसलिए वैसे प्रेज नहीं कर रहा था, लेकिन मैम ने जो बोला था वो वास्तव में इनबिल्ट डेवलप हुआ। क्यों? बिकॉज इट वाज आत्मिक, यानी कि पहले आ रहा था, परंपरा से आ रहा था। तो बात देखो यहाँ पर 2 चीजों की होती है। इफ यू वांट टू ट्रीट योरसेल्फ, डोंट कंसीडर योरसेल्फ बॉडी, कंसीडर योरसेल्फ सोल फर्स्ट, यानी स्मॉलेस्ट पार्ट्स ऑफ द न्यूक्लियर। और आई एम टेलिंग यू फ्रॉम दिस डायस, इन द फ्यूचर none of the person is going to take a medications, क्योंकि जब क्वांटम फिजिक्स बहुत ऊपर जाएगी, and the quantum physics will get still more clarifications, the people will just treat by like these blessings, because they will know the science behind the rays, cosmic prakriyas and all. So I will like to tell you, please, you also go in the all over India's, find some people those are practicing the pranic healing, the treating the pranas, not the body. They say the prana is treating itself, the body is treating. See, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड अगर अभी यहाँ छोड़ दी जाए सब मर जाएंगे, लेकिन यहाँ पर स्तर सही है, that's why you are the living, right? So इसीलिए जो प्राणा होता है, तस्मिन् श्वास प्रश्वास हो गति विच्छेद इति प्राणायाम। एक बात, छोटा सा कंक्लूजन होने वाला है। आपने एक रंगोली देखी होगी, बाहर एक स्लोगन लिखा हुआ है एम्स का, आपने पढ़ा उसका? क्या लिखा हुआ है? खलु धर्म साधनम। इसका अर्थ है कि अगर आप एम्स में आते हो तो एम्स गारंटी नहीं देगा कि आप अमर हो जाओगे। ये कह रहे हैं कि आपको ट्रीट किया जाएगा, क्योंकि शरीर माद खलु धर्म साधनम, शरीर धर्म की साधना के लिए है। इसीलिए कोई कहता है कि देखो ये एक्स पर्सन गोइंग टू बी डाई आफ्टर द 30 years, ऐसे कहते हैं, भगवान ने लिखा है तो जाना ही है। देन व्हाई वी आर कमिंग टू द मेडिकल्स, देन व्हाई वी आर टेकिंग द ट्रीटमेंट्स? अगर ऐसा है कि आपको कुछ नहीं होगा, ऐसा लिखा हुआ है, is written that you won't die, you die on the 2015, then why you are taking medications? No, you are taking the medications, you are treating yourself because you have to do the sadhana. किसका? आत्मा का। That's why you are going to the doctor and treating yourself. अब कोई कहेगा कि डेट लिखी हुई, no, it's not about date, it's about the prana. अगर इसकी तो इतनी श्वासें थी, भगवान ने जितनी श्वासें लिखी थी ले ली और चला गया। अगर आपकी 10 श्वासें लिखी है तो 10 ही होगी। अब आप चाहो तो ऐसे पूरी करो, ऐसे पूरी करो, इट्स इन योर हैंड। तो वहां पर डेट नहीं लिखी है, वहां पर आपकी कितनी श्वास है। एग्जाम्पल ये कि जितना आप प्राणा पे ध्यान दोगे उतना अपना जीवन बहुत अच्छे से व्यतीत कर सकते हो। तो लास्ट कंक्लूजन है कि पहला सुख किसे कहा गया है? बहुत एक्सीलेंट, यानी देखो काया पहली आई, दूसरा सुख माया, यानी माया मायावती नहीं है और धर्म नहीं है। पहला सुख योगी काया, इफ यू आर वेरी वेल हेल्दी, यू कैन अर्न वेल योर विथ योर हेल्थ हेल्थ। So that's wealth will make you, health will gain you wealth. Second, तीसरा सुख प्रतिबद्धता उसका सर्टिफिकेट क्यों देना है नारी का? See, प्रतिव्रता नारी doesn't mean that your wife or girlfriend or X or Y or Z. It's about आपकी आत्मा. Because आत्मा कॉल, मैं अगर मर जाऊंगा और एम्स में वापस आऊंगा तो कोचर मैम कहेंगी डॉक्टर गोविंदा भटक रहा है, डॉक्टर गोविंदा की आत्मा भटक रही है. रही है यानी आत्मा की शक्ति. सो पतिव्रता पवित्रता और नारी यानी आपकी नारी आपकी आत्मा है जो आपके साथ रहती है, ये पवित्र होनी चाहिए. चौथा सुख, सुत आज्ञाकारी. समझे, सुत आपका बेटा नहीं, आपने नहीं सुना उनका तो वो आपको क्यों सुनेंगे? सुत का मतलब होता है ये आपका मन, यही इसी को आज्ञाकारी बनाना है. सो मन पापी मन पारधी मन चंचल मन चोर और मन के चित्त न चालिए मन लागे किसी और. तो स्पिरिचुअल कॉन्शियसनेस का कॉन्सेप्ट तभी क्लियर होगा जब आपका सुत आज्ञाकारी होगा, वरना ये सब जाओ करो घर चले जाओ फाइन कर सकते हो. तो चौथा सुख सुत आज्ञाकारी. और जब इतनी सारी चीजें करेक्ट हो जाए तो फिर पंचम सुख राज में पासा, फिर कहीं जाके मेंबर बन जाओ. षष्टम सुख पद में मासा, मेंबर बनना है तो प्रेसिडेंट बन जाओ, इतना तो एफर्ट डालना पड़ेगा. और सप्तम सुख वैकुंठ वासा, अगर प्रेसिडेंट बने हो तो ऐसे काम करो कि वैकुंठ मिले, यानी आत्मा का कल्याण करो, आत्मा की शांति हो. थैंक यू सो मच. और बहुत प्लेजरेबल, आई एम फीलिंग सो प्लेजरेबल टू अटेंड दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस एंड आई होप. यस प्लीज. यस
प्लीज इफ यू डोंट माइंड स्वामी जी कि हम क्वेश्चंस प्लीज बाद में ले लें अभी सभी स्पीकर्स के लिए. थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर गोविंदा. आई थिंक दैट वाज रियली बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. इन्होंने इतना जोश भर दिया हमने. और मुझे तो अभी ऐसा भी लगने लगा फॉर लास्ट 2-3 days वी आर हियरिंग, आई थिंक आफ्टर दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस देयर विल बी नो मेडिसिन नाउ फ्यूचर. ओके डॉक्टर रीता प्लीज.
पावर पॉइंट पे नहीं है. अच्छा, सादर नमस्ते and pranam to all the intellectuals present over here. First of all, my sincere gratitude to Professor Kochar ji and her organizing team for giving me this opportunity to interact with such eminent co-panelists and audience who are the fantastic thinkers and the fantastic scientists. So thank you very much, ma'am, once again to you. Now, before coming to my engineering, machines, artificial intelligence, first of all, I would like to add my own viewpoint to the main theme of this conference, that is spiritual consciousness. So in my sense, spiritual consciousness is a cognitive process and very personal and perspective of everyone. But at the same time, I'm sure that everyone agrees that it is a great heritage of our country which had been gifted to us by the ancient sages. So to support my opinion on this, I would like to take a simple example of the Navratri Puja. So during Navratri Puja, we do Durga Shaptasati reading almost all 9 days. In Durga Saptashati, there is a section called Tantropt Devi Suktam, where 20 kind of descriptors are given to Shakti. Out of those, at least 3 relate to cognitive processes. For example, Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Chaitanya Abhidhiyate Namastasya 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 Namo Namah. Here, Chetana is a kind of cognitive process. And similarly, Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Buddhi Rupen Sanstitaha, which is intellect. And Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Smriti Rupen Sansita, which refers to memory, emotions, and sleep. So our sages were very well aware, even at that time of 1,000 years ago, and they protected this heritage and they defined this heritage for us by giving it the definition of internal reality, feeling the universe within, and from there everyone progress onwards, outwards. So this is the definition of spiritual consciousness which is given in Hindu text. When we are talking about Hindu text, then Bhagavad Gita is the very first name that comes to our mind. So this slide I am showing to share with you all that because I am from Kurukshetra and Kurukshetra is the birthplace of Gita. So in Kurukshetra, International Gita Mahotsav is being celebrated by the Kurukshetra Development Board during the month of November and December. And during that International Gita Mahotsav, International Gita Seminar, just like this conference, is organized by the Kurukshetra University. And this slide, this flyer I'm showing you of the recent one, which was held in November 2022. And there we invited Professor Kocher also. So these are some glimpses of that seminar where the inauguration was done by the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, and Professor Kocher shared her views on humane and holistic healing, inspiration and insights from Gita. And this was loved by all the audience who were attending that. So thank you so much, ma'am. So I would like to conclude my thoughts on spiritual consciousness by reciting this famous shalok from chapter 13 of Bhagavad Gita. Yatha prakashyate ekah kritsam lokam imam ravihi kshetram kshetri tatha kritsam prakashyati bharat. So just as one sun illumines the entire solar system, so does the individual soul illumine the entire body with consciousness. Now I would like to come to the machine intelligence and the machine consciousness, which is known as artificial intelligence and the artificial consciousness. So I'm showing a slide of few artificial models that we used to use there in our engineering discipline, and which are known as artificial machine learning models or artificial deep learning models. Now what this artificial intelligence is basically, artificial intelligence is usually defined as the simulation of human intelligence processes by the computer algorithms. It's mostly mathematics, searching for an optimal answer in a vast multi-dimensional solution space. So something like a needle in a haystack. So it's all about making predictions using stacked hierarchies of feature detectors up to hundreds of layers. So if we look upon these models which are presented here, I'm showing 4 models over here. If cursor is being there, yes. So these are the, you can say this is an architecture of one deep learning model which was designed in late 1980s. And these are different layers of its architecture which are being used for pattern recognition task. So this model is basically doing the task of recognizing this character 3. Similarly, then again, this another model is there, which again has so many layers, and on this last one, this green one is the output layer where the output is produced by this model. Similarly, then this one is the Google Net, which is designed by the Google team. Again, we can say so many number of layers. So year by year, new models are coming up with dense layers, number of layers, complexity is increasing. So what does it mean? So they are getting and grasping more and more human intelligence into their algorithms, and they are trying to replicate that human intelligence in terms of the output produced at their output layer. Similarly, this is the last one, which is designed at Oxford University, which is known as VGGNet. So now these layers, these models, they have been designed, and nowadays they are being used everywhere in almost every field. Either it is medicine, finance, data security, healthcare, gaming, e-commerce, transport, agriculture, everywhere these deep learning models are now being used. And we are very happy in saying that our work, our task has been automated by the help of deep learning models. I'll come to the point that where this race will end up. Now, before that, I would like to throw some light on artificial consciousness. Now, the artificial intelligence models, they are moving to have the artificial consciousness, and research is going on to embed the artificial consciousness to these models. So, artificial consciousness refers to a non-biological human created machine that is aware of its own existence and can think like it has a mind. So it represents the next level of strong AI, which is still under development, but some work has already been done onto it with the name of transfer learning. If many of you must have learned about transfer learning. This was a very popular term which was used during the Corona-19 prediction time. So because to detect coronavirus through the chest X-ray images or through the ultrasound images, there was no database available. So these models, which are already trained on some another kind of images, these models with the help of transfer learning, they were used to predict the presence of coronavirus in the chest X-ray images or in the ultrasound images. So this is known as transfer learning, where a model has been trained in some other domain, and that training is being used to solve some task in some another unknown field. So, and this is the way of embedding the consciousness to the machine. So it is not yet achieved with 100% accuracy, but still more than 90% accuracy has already been achieved in this field also. Now, so how is artificial intelligence similar or dissimilar to human intelligence? So as I have already stated that artificial intelligence has been designed for simulation of human intelligence processes by computer machines. It is depicted by well-defined mathematical computation models in terms of computer programs. So this model is able to perform specific tasks with intelligence, but only the specific task for which it is being trained. If it is not being trained for a particular task, then the model may fail and it can produce false results. On the other hand, if we talk about the human intelligence, so human intelligence consists more than this simple computation. It includes reasons, intuitions, understanding, wisdom, moral conscience, and aesthetic judgments in addition to the computation. But I would like to add these lines that unfortunately in today's AI-dominated world, intelligence implies only the analytic functions of computation. Hence, for the proponents of dataism, there is no fundamental difference between natural intelligence and artificial intelligence. So, which is to say, we are nothing but a computer and its algorithm. And this is being happening wherever the AI confident persons are available. So they are relating artificial intelligence to the human intelligence exactly. Now I'm coming to the last point. Is it really possible for AI machines to have consciousness? Now this question, it has been raised various times whenever some deep learning models are discussed in such kind of conferences or at any technical forum. So this question comes whether the future AI machines will have consciousness. So in 2014, Stephen Hawking told the BBC, I think the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. And similarly, Tesla CEO Elon Musk also said AI technology is a fundamental risk to the existence of human civilization. So what is the reason behind their concerns, behind their such kind of concerns that it's a threat to humanity? This is the reason that why their concerns are towards considering it a risk to the humanity. Everywhere, almost everywhere, we are getting new models. So I'm presenting this slide to showing that starting from 1989, almost everywhere after that, after 2012, everywhere we are getting some new models which are more efficient than the previous one. They can solve more complex problems than the previous ones. So 2012, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, everywhere, every time, every new models are being designed and presented and are being used in the technical world. So nowadays this threat is coming to the everyone's mind that where this race will end up. And this is really a very potential threat to the humanity if AI machines gets really the consciousness. So I would like to end my words with this famous wording of Lord Hanuman. When Lord Rama asked Lord Hanumana, "Who are you?" So Lord Hanuman replied, "Deh drishtya tu daso ahem, jeev drishtya tav danshakam, tatva drishtya tvam ev ahem, iti me nishchita matihi." So it means that he said, if we see from the perspective of this mortal body of mine, then I am your servant. If we see from the perspective of the soul, then I am you, because you are the supreme and you are there within each person. If we see from the perspective of the eternal truth, then I am you, O Lord, because whatever is there is all you and nothing else, and that is known to me. So with this, thank you very much. Thanks a lot to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Rita.
Thank you.
We'll have next speaker now, and we'll take up questions later. So may I now invite Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mishra. He is Professor of Biostatistics, National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And he's been in AIIMS since I think 2006, if I'm right. And his field of interest is in quantitative aspects of survey methodology, techniques of regression, dimensionality, statistical capacity building. He has 110 publications and 10 book chapters, 14 reports. He has guided 40 students. That's a really commendable. So we are appreciating both your academic qualifications, which has a list of awards also. So may I request you to please share your experience.
Thank you, ma'am. Esteemed members on the dais, esteemed colleagues of the dais, a very good afternoon. This time is short, so I'll be running very fast. But still, when it was on a short notice that what I should present on this special workshop, conference, scientific discourse, deliberation, whatever one we can name it, I thought that many of things like in mental health or physiology or psychology, it's a qualitative traits, it's qualitative domains that we work with. So why not to also present to delegates the quantitative aspects, because our mind either sees this in a quantitative manner or in qualitative manner, and sometimes it's mixed. That is what we say. And I would like to start with the famous quote by an American astronomer, David Stafford. He said that data is not information, information is not knowledge, knowledge is not understanding, and understanding is not wisdom. That's and the whole quantitative world, just continuing where the artificial intelligence we are working with, and we are and there is a saying that we are at the verge of becoming extinct or human race is wiped out. We have to be cautious on that our development. So with this, I would just brief. If we just try to see the hits, that means we go to the National Library of Medicine. And in this database, it's a comprehensive database. This is one of the most renowned database, giving many millions of articles, especially in the field of medical science. And if we just type the keyword as spirituality, we will get about 24,000 titles in this, which may be a original article, which may be a research article, which may be a monograph, which may be a report, which may be a erratum, any form of communication in scientific discipline. And if you try to see the trajectory of these 25 or 26,000 documents over last 3 centuries, it's like this. And statistically, it is called as extreme value distribution, because something which is, as time progresses, something is very low, and as time passes, it goes high. So that's what is called as an extreme value distribution. So one can very quickly see that all the communication in the form of scientific literature documents has come in this century itself. And if you try to see the proportional distribution of this 26,000 documents in last 3 centuries, it is just this. That means about 88 out of every 100 articles is being published in this century itself. So this says that the quantum has worked, and in this century, people have realized the importance of it, and they are heading towards this, documenting the fact. That is what is important. Because whatever research we do, if we don't write it, if we don't publish it, then it's not a good habit of it. One should have develop the habit of writing it and publishing it. That's what we see. This is another database which is called as Shimago, and gives a quantitative and a visualized comparison of journals, country rankings in almost all branches of science and arts, literature, journalism, you can name any field, everything is there in this database. And if you try to see, are there any specific journals who has the keyword in their journal title as yoga, spirituality, religion and India? They are. That means the body of scientific literature, not only science or meditation or art or humanities or journalism or sports or whatever you call, there are documents. That means there are journals who have this keyword as their name in the title. That means that is there. This is one of the very recent article on spiritual and mental health, written by a very famous authors. This article is a very good start for this conference, and I would urge all of the delegates to go through this article, because time doesn't permit me to go into detail of it. This article gives a very different dimension, that what is the historical perspective of spirituality, how religiosity and spirituality can help the mental health, and how it can also harm mental health, and what are the clinical implications, and whether taking the history of religiosity and spirituality, or religion or spirituality, from patients by the clinician helps in giving, say, a cognitive behavioral therapy or motivational enhancement therapy or specific psychotherapies. Just the clinical evidence says that yes, this taking history in the form of religion or spirituality is important, because that gives confidence to the patient with the clinicians, and they give more trust to them, to their inquiry. That's what the trust is. But each and every aspect has its own limitations, so everything has to be taken with a pinch of salt, and just see that what exactly is there. It's a very good, nice article to see. And they went upon that there are 5 major factors, like social factors, religion, spirituality, moral beliefs, spiritual practices, and neurological factors that play a very important role in spirituality and mental health. This is one of a more quantitative analysis that I just did yesterday. There is a database which is called as Publish or Perish. We can give it a keyword, and we can get some quantitative information. So whatever was extracted yesterday that I am trying to give. So once I gave the science and religion, so which my point was that how many articles, you say article, report, monograph, book chapters, book original research articles, book reviews, systematic review, meta-analysis, articles, anything. Whatever, when I say science and religion, it means that only those documents will be thrown by this database, which has looked into the aspect of science as well as religion. That means and, because that is and. That is ये और है, मतलब विज्ञान भी देगा और आपको ज्ञान भी देगा. That is what is there. So once I try to see the quantitative and try to give this in a very short span that what exactly it gives. It gives that there are about 1,000 titles. It gives the top 1,000 or 2,000 depending upon the processing speed of the computer and the limitations of the softwares. And if we fix the duplicates and we want to find out how of the 1,000 articles which has been given, there are about 135 titles which have been cited at least once. And we know, and those who are in the field of science, they know that impact factor, citation, H index, I index, although there are some merits and demerits both of these indices, but there has to be some quantitative to have measurable. There has to be some frame of reference on the basis of which we can quantify and objectively assess the impact of scientific contribution. So in that way, impact factor and citation are one of the measures. They may be criticized, they will be criticized, and they were criticized, so that remains, but this is where the game is. So in the last 5 decades, there are about 135 articles which are built into the aspect of science and religion. And if you try to expand this distribution and see in terms of the decadal growth rate in last 5 decades, about the number of times they have been cited and the different types of document types. So you can see there are 3 lines in this, 2 vertical lines and a horizontal line. A horizontal line is telling us the reference time frame from a decadal time, 10-year gap, and left hand side and right hand side are 2 vertical lines saying the total count, that means frequency of by which that article has been cited. And next is the type of article. So it can be article, book chapter, monograph, proceedings or report. And so if you can see, it is just like this. So what exactly this gives us this information, that the same way, about 88.1% of the article which is coming in the form of science or religion in this present century, the same is in this also, because the citation has been more in this era of our century. And this is what is called as an internal validity of the data, or the data triangulation. One can say just one example. So that means over this century, in the last 20-25 years, it has been progressed. It has been studied in a more objective way. And to my understanding, I feel that why it has happened in this way, because in fact, in the previous presentation, a slide was shown about the artificial intelligence methodology development from 1998 onwards. And if we trace back the history of statistical and mathematical development, the birth of intelligence was in the era of Second World War. It was just where the operation research and the decision science came into existence. And if you go back to that, more to that during the European war in the era of Napoleon Bonaparte, where the economy and revenue and expenditures were all there. So it's a long history. So that's what we see, that recent, and because why this has happened, because just at the verge of the previous century and this century, there was a genomic revolution took place. Much of our technological advancement, much of our computational development took place in last 20 years. And so we can see data from different angle, and probably one can also try to, like for example, I just quoted the example that citation gives you this information, but citation being quantified in that way which is simplistic. So one can probably, we are now in a situation where we can simplify the research, simplify also, and make the common man understanding that what exactly this research result mean. So that's what is the reason for this. These are the top 10 articles which have been cited. Many of them are randomized controlled trials, systematic reviews and book chapters, and these are the references, and time doesn't permit me to go into the detail of each and every, but there is a plethora of literature both on the experimental and on the non-experimental. There is a plethora of literature on the mixed studies also, a robust design like randomized controlled trials, and also meta-analysis and systematic review also are there. So we are in a position to say that not only in the terms of modern medicine or modern medical science only the systematic review or randomized controlled trials or robust methodology is there, but also it is here also there. It is on cardiac, in psychotherapy, in neuroscience, in age-related brain, and then among migraine patients. These are the references. Of these 8 or 10 articles, only 2 articles we have the availability for full text. For others, we have only the abstract. Just to end, we say that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And in my own, the last two slides, that is the well-known WHO definition of health. But the last two part, what I feel from my own limited understanding, that if we talk from the if you want to develop some skill or instrument for a well-being, when there is a structural equation modeling, or you go for any specific other test reliability, there are different literatures to it. But I feel that if you want to understand in simple manner what exactly well-being means, I see that from my own experience in about maybe roughly now 2.5 decades, that science and spirituality can be one broad, and probably physical and mental is the other thing. And whether there is a direct causation or association or indirect or causal relationship between science and physical or spirituality and mental, that's where every scientific investigation revolves or is revolving. But going to a lesser half of it, we are a part of a system. And if I am remembering it correctly, the definition of system is the part of the universe which is under investigation is called a system. So whether we work in the field of gastroenterology or cardiology or modern medicine or physiology or any field of medical science or arts, we are an individual who are a part of a house, community, village, state. And mental health, physical health, spiritual health, it has to start with individual. Unless and until we don't start, a very simple example on a lighter note, don't take it seriously. A very simple example I will give. Every day, sometimes when I come with my scooty and park in either in any parking area, I just wonder why people can't park their two-wheelers on main stand. What's harm in it? How much time does it take? No, that's an individual centric approach. But suppose there is an order that everybody has to just park their two-wheeler on a main stand, then that's, maybe somebody may say, no, this is not good, we should not obey this. Now, this is just one example I'm giving you, because as an individual, one should think that, okay, another biker, another rider who is coming, he will get, or she will get more space to just park his or her own vehicle. We will have to change that perspective. We may talk of all types of intervention in anywhere, in any forum, been here or the largest forum of the globe, but the change has to start from individual. And at the last, I will only say that what exactly matters is satisfaction. Like there is a saying that Nirdhan kahe dhanvan sukhi. There is a poetry, but I will put it in short. निधन कहे धनवान सुखी, धनवान कहे सुख राजा को भारी, राजा कहे चक्रवर्ती सुखी, चक्रवर्ती कहे सुख इंद्र को भारी, इंद्र कहे श्री राम सुखी, श्री राम कहे सुख संत को भारी, संत कहे संतोष में सुख, बिना संतोष दुनिया दुखियारी. So with this I end my talk and thank you organizers for giving this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin Kumar Mishra. And I think those last two talks have really showed us how this is really a hot topic in the last few years, from the field of AI to, the search, and not only from the medical expert community, but also from the public as well. Thank you so much. I would like, if it's possible, to have Dr. Bindu Kuti, if she's there, and I think she's bouncing really. Is she online, Dr. Bindu Kuti?
Yes.
Very nice. So you had very nice points, I think, referring also to Dr. Rita on consciousness. Can we see Dr. Bindu?
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Veronica. And I take this, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay. I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Pachar and her team for organizing such a wonderful conference and such a wonderful team. And this particular panel session itself is a very wonderful theme on spiritual consciousness and contemplative practices for elevating healthcare. And my hello to my fellow panelists and delegates and dignitaries, and hi to Dr. Suman and Dr. Veronica. I enjoyed all the talks of the panelists. So this will be the last talk of the session. So I don't have any slides or anything. I will just talk from the neuroscience perspective. How do we look at these contemplative practices and how it enhances the health care or healthcare benefits of contemplative practices and spiritual consciousness. As you all know, modern medicine has recognized the importance of contemplative practices since more than 50 years. And that is how WHO its definition of health from not merely the absence of disease or infirmity to health is a state of complete. So you see that the change of our own, concept of health is changing from not mere absence of disease to the existence of the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So well-being plays a very important role in our well-being. That's the question. And already our other co-speakers have already talked about well-being. Well-being is actually an umbrella term. Well-being reflects the quality of your life, the meaning of your life, subjective well-being, psychological well-being. There are various aspects we can look at well-being. It's an umbrella term, like spiritual well-being and so on. So how do you elevate your well-being? That is the question. Now, there are tools like, for example, meditation. Meditation definitely enhances well-being and your outlook about life itself. So meditation is introduced in ancient India as a best tool to achieve perfect harmony between body and mind. And when you have achieved this perfect harmony between body and mind, definitely, you will be you will be a totally different person. For example, India is a country where or home for the development of many traditions of meditation. And each meditation has used different meditative techniques, and it impacts the brain in different ways, and also it brings various psychological experiences. But there are certain commonalities. For example, meditation practice promotes relaxation, enhances positive affect, regulates negative affect, better coping and satisfaction in life. At least this much, even the commoners, even if you do meditation very diligently for next 6 months, you will be able to achieve all this. Promote relaxation, enhances positive attitude in life, reduces your negative attitudes, and better coping and satisfaction in life. And this is what exactly Dr. Usha has told in her talk, that how that helps in healing or managing migraine or other diseases, psychosomatic disorders. So this is about just, for a commoner also can achieve this within 6 months of meditation practice. But when we talk about the spiritual consciousness, what is spirituality? That is also very important. Spiritual, or what is a spiritual brain? So I would here quote Dr. Swami Rangadhanananda ji of Sri Ramakrishna Mission. He was the president of Sri Ramakrishna Mission for almost 2 decades. So Swami Rangadhanananda ji tells that how do you, on whether you can radiate to others. So these are the simple questions you ask yourself and assess where we stand in our spiritual growth. So spirituality is all about that, all about your evolution. Evolution from an ordinary brain. Ordinary brain is an emotional brain and a cognitive brain. That's all. Now the same brain, through your meditative practices, and definitely meditation practices, stimulate spiritual growth. So how do you, there is a gradual transformation of your brain and mind happens. There is a gradual transformation of your behavior, attitude happens from a self-centeredness to a selflessness.
Panelists who have been here.
Recording in progress.
So how the transformation occurs? You can see that the brain becomes highly resilient.
पिछले 10 वर्षों में ऐसा ध्यान में आया है कि अगर टेक्निकल ग्लिच ना हो तो वो कार्यक्रम सफल नहीं माना जाता। तो ये शुभ संकेत अभी हुआ है हालांकि ये ब्लेसिंग इन डिस्गाइज है या क्या है, वॉटेवर, लेकिन टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस होने से एक ये भी ध्यान धारणा ऐसी बन गई है कि कार्यक्रम बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है और अब फिल्म का क्लाइमैक्स है, अब हम इस चैप्टर के एंड पे आ रहे हैं। और एक उर्दू का शेर मुझे याद आता है कि तलाशो तलब में लज्जत मिली है इतनी, तलाशो तलब में लज्जत मिली है इतनी, दुआ कर रहा हूं कि मंजिल कभी ना आए। और एक एम्स की मेडिसिन और मेडिटेशन का ये बड़ा सा विस्तृत परिवार जो 3 दिनों में लगभग 30 वर्षों की यात्रा कर चुका है, कुछ तो पूर्व जन्म में भी होके आ गए होंगे। और ये बड़े बड़े अनुभव, यहां जो बड़े बड़े आचार्य, प्रकांड विद्वान, महर्षि, मनीषी सभी जो यहां बैठे हैं, और मुझे तो डॉक्टर मिश्रा सर की जो बात अपने वक्तव्य में कही, वो सारा लब्बो लुबाब यही रहता है बड़े बड़े प्रेजेंटेशन का, चाहे आप उसमें आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करें, रोबोटिक्स की बात करें, मैकेट्रॉनिक्स की बात करें, स्पेस साइंस की बात करें, या बहुत बड़े बड़े फैंसी वर्ड्स की बात करें जिसको सुन के लगे कि कुछ मामला ऊपर का है। लेकिन अल्टीमेटली उसका उद्देश्य क्या है, जो डॉक्टर मिश्रा ने कहा कि जब तक साइंस को आप इतनी सरल भाषा में न कह दें कि वो कतार में खड़े हुए अंतिम सामान्य मानवीय को समझ में ना आए, उसका कोई मतलब नहीं। अंग्रेजी में इसकी एक कहावत है, ग्रेट एंड गुड प्रेजेंटेशन इज दैट व्हेन योर ग्रैंड मदर कैन अंडरस्टैंड। आपकी दादी जो समझ सकती हैं वही एक अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन है। और ये बड़े भाग्य की बात है, बड़ा सुखद संयोग रहा कि जितने भी अक्लेम्ड स्टालवर्ट प्रोफेसर्स आए, उन्होंने बड़े से बड़े ज्ञान को, गूढ़ ज्ञान को, तत्व ज्ञान को भी बहुत सरल भाषा में कह दिया। मैं पीछे इंडिया हैबिटेट सेंटर की एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में था और विषय था ठीक है, पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशंस जो बाहर हुए हैं उनका फेलिसिटेशन का भी समय है। मैम आप शायद उसको अनाउंस करने जा रही हैं, तो जब तक मैम मंच पे आती मैं वो बात आपसे कह दूं। बड़ा कॉन्फ्रेंस था और क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात हो रही थी, पेरिस समिट की बात हो रही थी, कार्बन फुटप्रिंट की बात हो रही थी, कार्बन इमिशन की बात हो रही थी। काफी विदेशी लोग बाहर से आए थे। एक वृद्ध महिला उस कॉर्नर में बैठ करके, जो पोछा लगा चुकी थी, डस्टिंग का काम कर रही थी, वो कॉर्नर में बैठी थी। सभी स्पीकर्स ने पूछा कि अम्मा आप तो सुबह से शाम तक यहां बैठे हो, ये सारी बातचीत तो अंग्रेजी में हो रही है, आपको क्या समझ में आया? ये ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की बातचीत है। अम्मा ने कहा सुबह से शाम तक मैंने भैया इतना ही समझा है, आप सारे लोग अंग्रेजी में कुछ यही कहना चाहते हो कि हमारी धरती को बुखार आ गया। और सी द विजडम ऑफ हर दैट ओल्ड परहैप्स एन इलिटरेट लेडी, बट देखिए उसने कितने बड़े गूढ़ ज्ञान की बात कर दी। पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन का अवार्ड हो पहले मैम, तो आपको मैं निवेदन करूंगा, ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण सेशन है क्योंकि सब लोगों ने बड़ी मेहनत की है। सभी चाहते हैं कि अब क्या रहस्य खुलेगा, तो मैं चाहता हूं कि मैम इसकी घोषणा करें। तो मैं न चाहता हूं कि उन्हें मान से सुना जाए, न मैं चाहता हूं उन्हें शान से सुना जाए, न उन्हें आन बान और शान से सुना जाए। प्रोफेसर कोचर मैडम अब करने जा रही हैं अवार्ड्स की घोषणा, इसलिए जरा उन्हें ध्यान से सुना जाए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और जो विवेक जी ने कुछ ही शब्दों में बहुत खूबसूरती से कह दिया है, वही महादेवी वर्मा ने भी कहा था कि हमारा जो विरह है वो चिर रहे, ताकि हम इस पे काम करते जाएं और स्टॉप ना करें। और वही मीनाक्षी लेखी जी ने भी मजाक मजाक में कह दिया कि मेरा धरती पर काम अभी पूरा नहीं हुआ है, तो वो दोबारा आना चाहती हैं, मैडम ने कहा था, मिनिस्टर मैडम ने। बट आई विल इनवाइट respected colleague and a great award-winning neuroscientist, Professor Suman Jain. She was the chairperson of the Poster Assessment Committee to deliver the award session judgments today. And I thank all the participants who contributed to the poster presentations, and I believe that if you all agree with me, we can make this conference if not a 6 monthly, at least a yearly affair, and we can think that this could be the first in the series. Vinay ji, thank you so much. आपको हमने special felicitation देना, जाइएगा मत. Suman, please.
सारे पैनलिस्ट को बुला लो देने के लिए कैसे किन किन को बुलाना
अभी स्टूडेंट्स रेडी हैं देने के लिए. जजमेंट आप अनाउंस कर दीजिए, वो आ जाएंगे. देन वील फेलिसिटेट द पैनल एंड सम गेस्ट्स हियर हु विल फेलिसिटेट देम. वी कैन इनवाइट हिम.
Good afternoon once again. And first of all, sorry, I think the panel session went for very long. All of you must be feeling hungry. But as soon as we start announcing the awards, you will be more relaxed. So we had a committee of 5 members, and few from AIIMS side and few from Heartfulness, and then from Ayurveda also. And although we got only 13 posters by mail, but when we started assessing, then we realized there were 25 presentations. So I think, and a big round of applause for all the participants. I don't know why.
There was one even today.
Oh, there was one more entry today. So should we go and assess that also? I don't know why I was thinking that it's a spirituality conference, and therefore maybe we'll be having more posters, you know, more review based and theoretical, or maybe more hypothesis based posters. But to my surprise, I think 80% of them at least were scientific, providing scientific evidence. So that was really, really appreciable, and I am really very happy. All of us were really happy, and students were so motivated that they were eagerly, you know, they were asking, ma'am, question पूछ लीजिए. So the poster session actually went for quite long, but it was really good, and we had, like always, had a very tough time in deciding whom to give. But finally we have to come to 3 prizes, and there is lot of tie. Okay, so we had to do that because otherwise we would have done injustice to the others. So I start with first poster prize. Yeah, I'm going that way. So, reverse, yes. So like I said, there is a tie in second position and third position. So I'll start with third prizes first. And so the third prize goes to Prabhakar Tiwari from Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan Samastana, and he had a poster on heartfulness, meditation, alters, encephalogram, oscillations, and EEG study. Do we have? Please come on stage, Mr. Prabhakar, if you are there. And if you are listening to me outside the auditorium also. Anybody from that institute? Anyone from that institute? Any of his friends? Please come over to the stage. His teachers, his mentors, please. Yeah, and the other prize is Dwivedi Krishna. I think I have said it other way. Dwivedi Krishna is from Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan, and Prabhakar Tiwari was from AIIMS. My mistake. And so Prabhakar Tiwari, anybody from AIIMS? Okay, and Dwivedi Krishna, anybody from Swami Vivekananda Yoga Center? Okay, so we'll keep it with ourselves and then collect with, and they can collect it later.
Maybe they are having some calories to run up the stage.
Okay. So second prize then we have Mansi Thakur. Mansi Thakur, are you there? From Navi Mumbai. Okay, and then there is a tie between Mansi and Dr. Deepti Magan from AIIMS Bhatinda.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Deepti, yeah, great. Please come on stage. And then the first prize, yes, most awaited first prize goes to Priya from Kurukshetra University. Priya, are you there? Yeah, please.
Very good.
Yeah. Congratulations to everyone. Okay, please join us. Please center of the stage. Now I'll request Kocha ma'am and all the panelists who are here to please join us for felicitating and giving prizes to certificates to all the winners. Dr. Bhagwat. And do we have to?
Prabhakar, you can call your team members if they are here, and Deepti, if you have other team members, if they can form a group. Priya,
Yeah, if we have team members of the winners, I think ma'am, Dr. Rita is there. So the first prize is for Priya. Please, a big round of applause. Deepti Magan. Krishna नहीं है. दीप्ति मगन.
He has been Dr. Rajkumar Yadav student and did the first study on PET scan and meditation practices.
Prabhakar Tiwari.
And the dignitaries of the dais for participation. Gyanji and Vivek ji, can you help us please?
Gyanji? जी मैम हाँ डिग्निटरीज ऑन द
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। अब ऑनरेबल चेयरपर्सन जिन्होंने इस सेशन को बहुत खूबसूरत और सुंदर ज्ञानवर्धक सेशन को चेयर किया, सबसे निवेदन है कि आप कृपया अपने स्थान पर रहें, हम आपका सम्मान करना चाहते हैं। सबसे पहले के क्रम में उषा किरण जी का सम्मान हो, उसके लिए मैं डॉक्टर शिवानी शर्मा जी को बुलाना चाहूंगा लेडी हार्डिंग मेडिकल कॉलेज से। जी आइए, आपका मंच पर स्वागत है और आप अपने कर कमलों से।
मैडम को पाँव में चोट भी लगा है, लेकिन अध्यात्म का बुलावा है तो आना ही था।
वाह।
मैडम इंटरनल मेडिसिन में हैं, सीनियर प्रोफेसर।
मैम इंटरनल मेडिसिन के प्रोफेसर हैं और आज एक्सटर्नल मेडिसिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस में देखिए अगस्त के महीने में कितने अगस्त लोग जुड़ रहे हैं, ये भी देखिए, ये भी बड़ा सुखद संयोग है। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। और दूसरे क्रम में हमारे पास के देश से आए, मित्र देश से आए श्री विष्णु प्रसाद बराल जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और मैं डॉक्टर डीसी प्रजापति जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वे कृपया आकर के सर का आप सम्मान कर दें। डॉक्टर नवनीत गौर जी से निवेदन है कि वे कृपया मंच पे आएं और डॉक्टर रीता दहिया मैम का स्वागत करें। जी आइए, आपके हाथ में जी आइए। डॉक्टर नवनीत गौर जी। श्री गोविंद त्रिवेदी जी के सम्मान के लिए मैं डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी को बुलाना चाहूंगा। डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी कृपया मंच पे आ जाइए। आइए। डॉक्टर गोविंद त्रिवेदी जी के सम्मान के लिए डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी, आप ये सम्मान सर का कर दें। डॉक्टर ब्रजभूषण गुप्ता जी से निवेदन है कि वे कृपया मंच पर आएं। ब्रजभूषण गुप्ता जी और श्रीमती वेरोनिक निकोली, आपका स्वागत के लिए। हाँ जी, वेरोनिक निकोली जी के स्वागत के लिए ब्रजभूषण गुप्ता जी से निवेदन है कि ब्रजभूषण जी
उनके वाइस प्रेसिडेंट आए।
वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जी, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप आइए। जी
नहीं, इनका थोड़ा परिचय
जी जी जी
और है ना, ब्रजभूषण गुप्ता जी का बता दिया, बोल दिया ना,
उनके थ्रू इनका
कराना सम्मान।
अच्छा
सर आपका शुभ। श्री उमेश गुप्ता जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे निवेदन है कि श्रीमती वेरोनिका जी का आप सम्मान कर दें। डॉक्टर विनोद कश्यप जी से निवेदन है कि वो डॉक्टर सुमन जैन मैम का सम्मान कर दें।
ये और सर का और करवा देना।
किनसे
इनसे करवाते, सुमन जैन मैम से ही करवा देते।
ठीक। नमस्कार। डॉक्टर सुमन जैन मैम का आप सम्मान कर दें। हाँ, कुछ मैम का ले आइए। सुमन जैन मैम से करा देता हूँ। एक बार तालियां आपकी यहां तक पहुंच जाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जब भी हम मंच पर किसी का सम्मान होते हुए देखें, उसमें अपना भी सम्मान देखना चाहिए कि अगर हमें यह सम्मान मिल रहा होता और उधर पब्लिक की तरफ से आवाज ना आ रही होती तो हमें कैसा लगता।
जोरदार एक बार।
तो जब भी यहां किसी का सम्मान होता है वो कहीं ना कहीं आपका ही सम्मान होता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब हाँ हाँ अब मैं सीमा जैन मैम से निवेदन करूंगा कि प्रोफेसर कोचर मैम को आप अपने हाथों से एक बार, और बल्कि मैम के सम्मान में एक बार सभी लोग अपना अपना हाथ लगा दें, सबके हाथ लग जाएं। हाँ हाँ करेंगे जी जी जी, ठीक है डॉक्टर, वो क्रमशः हम आ ही रहे हैं जी। डॉक्टर अश्विनी मिश्रा जी के सम्मान के लिए डॉक्टर डीएन शर्मा जी को मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा। डॉक्टर डीएन शर्मा जी। ठीक है, हम सबसे लास्ट में डॉक्टर कोचर मैम का जब करेंगे, जब सब लोग मिलकर के करेंगे। अभी मैम चाहती है कि पहले हमारे चेयरपर्सन का हो जाए। डीएन शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर अश्विनी मिश्रा जी का सम्मान आप कर दीजिए। डॉक्टर राहुल मेहरोत्रा जी को मैं सर मंच पर, सभागार में है क्या सर डॉक्टर राहुल मेहरोत्रा सर? यदि वे सुन रहे हो तो कृपया सर प्लीज प्लीज। डॉक्टर आरएस डवास जी से निवेदन है कि वे कृपया मंच पर आएं। डॉक्टर आर.एस. दवास नहीं है। डॉक्टर पूनम आहूजा जी, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप कृपया मंच पे आ जाइए और डॉक्टर राहुल मेहरोत्रा जी का सम्मान। जी आइए। जी आइए आइए। डॉक्टर माधुरी तारिणी कांति, बीबी नगर, एम्स के लिए। जी मैम, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप डॉक्टर माधुरी तारिणी कांति जी आइए के सम्मान के डॉक्टर आर.एस. दवास जी का नाम लिया गया था, परंतु शायद वो उपस्थित नहीं है। अब सभी से निवेदन है, समस्त मंचस्थ अधिकारियों से।
नहीं।
हाँ।
रमेश पहलवान जी हमारे बीच में हैं, जो कॉमनवेल्थ गेम के कांस्य पदक विजेता हैं। रमेश पहलवान जी।
डॉक्टर विनय, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप कृपया।
यस, जो एम्स आरडीए के अध्यक्ष हैं।
आप रेजिडेंट डॉक्टर एसोसिएशन एम्स के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, एनेस्थीसिया के सीनियर रेजिडेंट हैं ट्रॉमा सेंटर में। बहुत सारे अच्छे काम आप कर रहे हैं और डॉक्टर्स के लिए, एम्स फ्रेटर्निटी के लिए, सबके वेलफेयर के लिए आपका बहुत स्वागत है।
रमेश पहलवान
कैसे मोमेंटो है?
हाँ,
कौन देगा?
मैडम जी आखिरी नाम कुछ। हाँ, एक नाम और गुरमीत और
करके बोलिए।
अच्छा, एक रमेश पहलवान प्लीज। मैम रमेश, एक मिनट, रमेश पहलवान और गुरमीत को बुला लो, वो चले जाएंगे।
रमेश पहलवान जी और गुरमीत जी का नाम ध्यान कराया गया है, तो वो कृपया मंच पर आ जाएं। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में बहुत सकारात्मक सहभागिता के लिए आपको बुलाया जा रहा है। जी आप कृपया मंच पर आ जाएं।
दूसरा
जी मैम, अच्छा
मैं सादर प्रार्थना करता हूं डॉक्टर विवेक दीक्षित जी का, जो ग्रीन रूम के नाम से जाने जाते हैं, और जो बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन यहाँ पे आपने पिछले 48 आवर्स में देखा है, और अगर 1-2 घंटे और देखेंगे, ये उन्हीं का आईना है। हम उनके फेस हैं, सिर्फ मुखौटा हैं। मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं डॉक्टर विवेक दीक्षित। भाई रमेश पहलवान जी हमारे बीच में हैं, जो कॉमनवेल्थ गेम में कांस्य पदक विजेता हैं, हमारे बीच में हैं। आई ऑल्सो कांग्रेचुलेट भाई महेंद्र सिंह रावत, जो आरएसएस के मीडिया के प्रभारी हैं भारत के, और नई उड़ान ट्रस्ट के संरक्षक अध्यक्ष हैं। जो शील्ड आप देख रहे हैं, जो मोमेंटो आप देख रहे हैं, इनकी तरफ से है। मैं उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
ज्ञान प्रकाश जी, हेल्थ सीनियर वरिष्ठ हेल्थ करस्पॉन्डेंट, राष्ट्रीय सहारा, और इनकी बहुत सकारात्मक भूमिका रहती है। वैसे पर्दे के पीछे रहना पसंद करते हैं। आइए।
इनको भी अवार्ड देना है। हाँ, इनको नहीं मिला है। ये राहुल बंसल
अवार्ड जो है वो तो बाद में इनको क्लोज कर दो
इस सेशन से पहले।
के नीचे चल
जी, तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी सम्मानित चेयरपर्सन्स का। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि आप अपने पूर्व नियोजित स्थान के लिए प्रस्थान करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, ताकि हम अब कार्यक्रम के लगभग अंतिम चरण पर हैं। मैम से कई बार निवेदन किया, मैम आखिरी गेंद पे ही छक्का लगाएंगी। हाँ मैम, वैसे सब चाहते हैं कोचर मैम, मैम सभी चाहते हैं आपका सम्मान, सब देखना चाहते हैं एक सेंटर में आकर के। अब
आप भी साथ में आ जाओ फिर।
मैम मुझे यहीं रहने दें क्योंकि मैम का सम्मान हो। एक बार स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन हो जाए, ये स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन। और जो लोग पीछे हैं, उनसे निवेदन है कि वो अगर आगे आ सकते हैं इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण को, जिन्होंने, जिसकी ब्रेन चाइल्ड डॉक्टर कोचर मैम है, और हार्टफुलनेस की टीम से निवेदन है। और देखिए तालियां तो रुकने का अब नाम ही नहीं ले रही हैं। वाह, द वन एंड ओनली जिन्होंने इस मशाल को अपने हाथ में लिया।
प्रेशर वो आए ना बाहर से अवार्ड लेने के लिए
जी,
फिर उनको लगेगा खत्म हो गया, दे विल गो अदरवाइज।
तीन दिवसीय सुंदर कार्यक्रम, एक क्रांतिकारी कार्यक्रम इंडियन सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन को लेकर के मैडम कोचर जी ने जो यहाँ पर एक प्रस्तुति दी है, क्रांतिकारी है, उसके लिए जोरदार तालियां।
चलो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर कोचर मैम, आपने बहुत बड़ा काम किया। पूरे होलिस्टिक सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन, योग, नेचुरोपैथी, सभी लोगों को एकत्रित करने का क्या, मैं सभी को निवेदन करता हूं यहाँ पर, और वरिष्ठ ने भोजन के पहले यहाँ पर अनेक लोगों को सम्मानित करना है। उसमें डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी है, डॉक्टर DN शर्मा जी है, ब्रजभूषण गुप्ता जी है, विनोद कश्यप जी है, पूनम आहूजा जी है, और स्टीम दोरजी, ज्ञान प्रकाश जी है। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सभी लोग यहाँ पर अभी भोजन के पहले और 5 मिनट के लिए, 10 मिनट के लिए यहाँ पर रहेंगे। मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि सभी अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठे। राष्ट्रगान बाद में होगा, ये अवार्ड के बाद। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मंच पर जितने भी लोग उपस्थित हैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं कोचर मैडम को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि मंच पर आप रहेंगे। हार्टफुलनेस से श्रीनिवासन जी मंच पर उपस्थित रहेंगे, और मिसेस लीज फ्रॉम हार्टफुलनेस, आई रिक्वेस्ट प्लीज कम ऑन द डायस। एंड
Anand sir, जो हार्टफुलनेस की टीम है, प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज, एंड AIIMS टीम आल्सो ऑन स्टेज, ऑल द वॉलंटियर्स हु हेल्प्ड अस।
फर्स्ट वी हैव यू हैव टू गिव अवार्ड ऑन।
हाँ सर, वो हो गया सर।
नहीं हुआ ना, राहुल बंसल को नहीं दिया।
आई थिंक मैम,
अरे वो
चलिए।
हमारे बीच में मैं अवार्ड की जो टीम है उनको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी मंच पर आएंगे, और हार्टफुलनेस टीम डॉक्टर कोचर मैडम को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जो नेचुरोपैथी योग में विशेष रूप से कार्य कर रहे हैं, ऐसे डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी मंच पर आएंगे। और AIIMS टीम को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि उनका अवार्ड वगैरह लेके आएंगे। ले लिया डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी मंच पर उपस्थित। डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी, पिछले लगभग 40 साल से आपने 1983 में MBBS किया और उसके बाद MD किया, और लगभग 30-35 साल से आप टीचिंग फील्ड में हैं, मेडिकल, और देश का एक प्रकार का पहला नेचुरोपैथी हॉस्पिटल SDM कॉलेज शुरू करने में उस समय आपने एनाटॉमी, फिजियोलॉजी सब्जेक्ट लेना और उस कॉलेज को एस्टेब्लिशमेंट करना, इसमें आपकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। और आप जो मेरठ में नेचुरोपैथी का डिग्री कॉलेज है, उस स्थापन करने में आपका बहुत बड़ी भूमिका डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी का रहा है, और अनेक पुस्तकों का आपने लेखन किया है, और लगभग 70 से भी अधिक आर्टिकल, रिसर्च पेपर आपके पब्लिश हुए हैं। मैं डॉक्टर कोचर मैडम और हार्टफुलनेस की टीम को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि इनका स्वागत करें शील्ड और फूल माला देकर। आई रिक्वेस्ट सुजाता पांडा जी एंड टीम।
है ना गुप्ता का है? नहीं उमेश गुप्ता लिखा है। कहाँ है?
इसके बाद मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि डॉक्टर डीएन शर्मा जी मेरे साथ बैठे हैं। डॉक्टर डीएन शर्मा जी प्लीज। विनोद कश्यप जी सामने बैठे हैं। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा हार्टफुलनेस टीम को भी कि डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी का शील्ड और मोमेंटो देकर सम्मानित करेंगे। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन डॉक्टर राहुल बंसल जी, आपका ऐसे सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन एम्स के लिए भी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजियोलॉजी को मिलते रहेगा। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। ये सभी साथ में ले लो ना। मैं डीएन शर्मा जी आईएनओ के राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष हैं। आप लगभग 35 साल से नेचुरोपैथी ट्रीटमेंट की सेवा आप करते हैं और आप नहीं किया ना मैडम, दूसरे का करवा दिया।
आइए आइए।
ये क्योंकि डॉक्टर डीएन शर्मा जी पिछले 40 साल से नेचुरोपैथी योग से सेवा आप दे रहे हैं और आप नेचुरोपैथी रजिस्ट्रेशन बोर्ड के मेंबर भी है, साइंटिफिक एडवाइजरी कमेटी के मेंबर सीसीआरवाईएन के आप हैं। डीएन शर्मा जी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। मैं टीम को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा वो बुक और बाकी चीज साथ में लेके आए। क्या हो गया?
दे देंगे सर, चलिए हो जाता है नेक्स्ट वन।
खत्म हो गया? अच्छा, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा डॉक्टर विनोद कश्यप जी। विनोद कश्यप जी, आप नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट है नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ होलिस्टिक हेल्थ और इसके साथ साथ पिछले 35 साल से आप नेचुरोपैथी और योग के प्रमोशन के लिए काम करते हैं। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन डॉक्टर विनोद कश्यप जी का। मैं हार्टफुलनेस टीम को भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि कोचर मैडम को साथ दे सम्मान करने में। और हमारे बीच में श्री उमेश गुप्ता जी, जो दिल्ली एनसीआर में एक नेचुरोपैथी का हॉस्पिटल और डिग्री कॉलेज है और उसके अध्यक्ष ब्रजभूषण गुप्ता जी है, तो हमारे बीच में उपाध्यक्ष उमेश गुप्ता जी आए। उमेश गुप्ता जी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन और बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। गोविंदा जी आप भी ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं। और डीएनवाईएस डिग्री कॉलेज, दिल्ली का पहला डिग्री कॉलेज प्रारंभ हुआ है। 150 बेड का ये हॉस्पिटल है। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन उमेश गुप्ता जी। और इसके साथ साथ डॉक्टर पूनम आहूजा जी आईएनओ दिल्ली की अध्यक्ष है। लाजपत भवन में नेचुरोपैथी योग का आप काम देखती है और पिछले 20 साल से नेचुरोपैथी योग के लिए बहुत बड़ा योगदान पूनम आहूजा जी का है। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन डॉक्टर पूनम आहूजा जी। अच्छा, आपके टीम का भी नाम लेना है।
अब आपको देना है।
हाँ, तो अभी एम्स की जो टीम है और बहुत ही दिन रात आज तक मेहनत किए है और कोचर मैडम का जो स्नेह और प्रेम है, तो ऐसा लगता है कि पूरे हीरे और मोती को एक माला के अंदर पिरोने का काम डॉक्टर कोचर मैम की है। जैसा हार्टफुलनेस के हर व्यक्ति को मैं देखता हूं हीरा और मोती है और इनके टीम के छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी है, लेकिन उनके अंदर इतनी क्वालिटी है, डेडिकेशन, डिवोशन, उनको देखते ही समझ में आता है। तो ऐसे एम्स की जो कोचर मैडम के साथ टीम है, डॉक्टर सुजाता पंडा जी।
सर पहले हमारे हार्टफुलनेस वाले टीम, हम तो होस्ट है ना सर।
हाँ।
एक मिनट।
हाँ, नाम देखना।
मैं नाम बता।
हाँ, आप नाम बता।
Dr. Bhagwat, thank you so much for doing everything you have done behind the scenes. Huh? Yes. both in the preparation and build up to the conference. Sulabh Mishra ji, sir, thank you so very much for connecting us with the brighter minds. Dr. Pandey? Ashutosh, yes. Thank you so much for doing all the Manch Sanchalan. Dr. Tomar, you have been conducting the heartfulness meditation practice sessions here with the doctors, with the nurses on stage. And thank you so very much with our lab staff. Srinivasan ji, who has been the overall coordinator for the build-up to this, meeting all the mantris and the high-level dignitaries and, cajoling and persuading them to bless this occasion, including Madam Meenakshi Lekhi ji, the minister, and Anand Biradar sir, thank you very much for connecting us to the Ayush ministry. And Vinita ji, a special clap for her. She is having the style quotient of an army wife. Her husband is in the forces, so we learnt a lot from her, and very nice stage management. She was one of the best MCs, and I think you and Vivek Dikshit made a very nice, Hindi, English jodi. So for the cause of this noble cause, thank you very much. And a special thanks to ma'am. She's a singer. She also belongs she's a forces wife and she's managing both fronts together. And ma'am, थोड़ा सा एक लाइन गा दीजिए यहाँ पर सबके लिए, सिर्फ एक लाइन यहाँ माइक पर मैम, लाइव. थैंक यू सो मच. कल रात को इन्होंने सरस्वती वंदना शुरू में शारदा माँ की पूजा में इनकी ब्लेसिंग्स और इनकी इन्वोकेशन से हमारा कॉन्फ्रेंस सक्सेसफुल हुआ. And for the banquet dinner, she was singing ghazals one after the other, whether it be Mehdi Hassan, whether it be Farida Khanum. So we are really thankful to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, then I will sing just 2 lines of Guru Vandana. Okay.
आपके स्टूडेंट भी हैं?
हाँ हाँ सर, पहले हमारे बाहर वाले ना, तब घराती बात.
हे मेरे गुरुदेव करुणा सिंधु करुणा कीजिए, हूँ अधम आधीन अशरण, अब शरण में लीजिए. हे मेरे गुरुदेव करुणा सिंधु करुणा कीजिए.
So that is a very beautiful invocation. Okay, seeking blessings from Pujya Daji also. And Karuna is, I think, one of the most beautiful words. Yes, sir. Yes. I would also like to welcome the wonderful, very modest, elegant, charming Director of Education, Delhi Schools, Mrs. Bhasin. Please come here. Adit. She has done a remarkable job training all the students from both private and government schools in the National Capital Territory of Delhi. And we are very beholden to you because आप नई उम्र की नई फसल को अच्छे से. Thank you very much for your contribution. Nibha ji, Madam Nusropa Pao. 10,000 Delhi school children have been inculcated with these kind of practices and values, and so there is hope. धरती जो है आशा पर आधारित है. Thank you very much. And then I'm sorry ma'am, I forgot your name. Suparna ji and Kanan. She is related to one of my teachers, Dr. Usha Sachdev. Chandan ji का birthday भी था कल, तो हमारे लिए बहुत सारी blessings उनको. Anupam ji, the IT man, you know, running here and there and managing everything. और जब जैसे विवेक जी ने कहा, जब इंक गिरता है तो एग्जाम अच्छा होता है. एक आधा टेक्निकल ग्लिच इज अ नजर, बट so thank you very much. And I also have a special thanks to all the Heartfulness volunteers team, almost an army, who have been camping here for the past week and seeing that all the kit bags, all the certificates, the registrations. So I remember a few names, Shruti, Lakshmi, but forgive me if I don't mention each name, Anshuman, and also to the Heartfulness team, which was as our panelists, as our speaker, Veronique, Liz, and Ekta, many of them. So thank you very much. We are beholden to you. And last but not the least, he is not here today, Sanjay Sehgalji, who's a director, education overall, as well as my friend, now he is my friend, Director Research, Dr. Jay, and also Dr. Krishnamurthy, who was there yesterday. So forgive me if I don't name names, but we are very thankful to you that this has come out quite well.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And your students.
Your energy is infectious. My students, please come.
I request team of the INO, team of the AIIMS, Sujata Panda, Sunil, Dr. Sunil ji, Senior Research Scholar, Miss Sweta Sharma, SRS, Miss Saloni Priya, GRF, Nibha, GRF, and other team, Deepak Kumar, Anil Bhutani ji, Anita, Tarun, Kishan, Nilesh, and Navdeep. Thank you, Heartfulness. We are very much impressed and inspired by your each and every activity. Vikram Batra ji, I request Vikram Batra ji, photographer, please, please. Team 2022, AIIMS team. Pramod Saini ji is here. Mr. Pramod Saini ji, please come on the dais. Rajesh Menon ji, please come on the dais. Now team AIIMS, कोचर मैडम को जो एनर्जी देने वाले हैं, हमेशा जो बहुत सहयोग करते हैं, ऐसे पूरी उनकी टीम, सुजाता पंडा ऐसे आईएनओ के भी पदाधिकारी है, लेकिन यहां पर भी उसी प्रकार से डॉक्टर सुजाता पंडा काम करती है और उनके साथ सुनील जी, डॉक्टर सुनील पीएचडी इज डूइंग पीएचडी, मिस श्वेता शर्मा एसआरएस, सलोनी प्रिया ऑलवेज एक्टिव with team of the कोचर मैडम, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजियोलॉजी, निभा जी, कांग्रेचुलेशन निभा, सलोनी प्रिया, श्वेता शर्मा जी, सुजाता पंडा जी, एंड अनिल भूतानी जी, मिस्टर तरुण, किशन, नीलेश एंड नवदीप, और सभी टीम अभी मैडम के साथ यहां पर ही खड़े रहेंगे. एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट हर्टफुलनेस ऑल्सो. इनके लिए एक बार जितने भी लोग हैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, क्योंकि इनका रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहा है.
Managing the office, all the emails and everything, and just like Yes, Rajesh Menon, my friend.
1 minute.
Thank you.
हो गया ना?
हमारी दोस्तियां बहुत अच्छी बनती है, शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग के लिए आते हैं। सारा काम
चंदन जी प्लीज।
फोटो ले रहे हैं ना सब लोग?
बैग ले चले चलते हैं। नहीं 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 वापस आना है यहाँ पे।
आ जाओ। Now I request DN Sharma ji, Vinod ji and Baki all others come for the group photography. I request DN Sharma ji and senior AIIMS Hyderabad madam, please you also join us and all others. I request higher note team and everyone, please join us. Why? So all sitting in the sky, Hyderabad, please come on the dais. Dr. Rawat sir, please come. दोनों जो यंग है सामने बैठिए थोड़ा। बैठ सकते हैं।
मैम प्लीज बैक पे आ जाइए। मैम के पीछे आ जाइए ना।
Dr. Rawat, he is a great friend and very close
सर
आ जाओ कुछ लोग बैठो
सर
द्वारका वाली मैडम
आ रहे
गुरुग्राम चलो बैठ गए, आप भी बैठ सकते हो। साढ़े में देखो, बैठ सकते हैं? चलो हाँ, कोचर मैडम प्लीज सेंटर में अच्छा पीछे को दे रहे हो, ठीक है, प्रश्न है इसको वो दे रहे। हाँ सुनो भाई, पिक्चर सभी का दिखना चाहिए।
मैम आप सेंटर में आइए प्लीज। आगे आ जाते हैं। आगे बैठो बैठो बैठ लो बैठ लो
बैठ लो, बैठ वाले बैठो। मैडम हैदराबाद मैडम प्लीज कम प्लीज साइड, कोचर मैडम विल हाँ भाई हाँ कोचर मैडम सर आ रहे हैं आगे कोचर अरे आगे सुनो, डायरेक्टर सर आए हैं तो प्लीज आप सभी शांत रहिए, सर को भी बीच में ले लें, ठीक है? सर सर प्लीज ज्वाइन, दिस इज लास्ट फोटोग्राफी ऑफ दिस प्रोग्राम।
अजय
कोचर मैडम
I just came to meet Dr. Madhuri.
डॉक्टर माधवी
फोन मैं कर रहा था फोन।
हमने इनको बहुत बिजी रखा है मैडम।
सर
ये बड़े बड़े कैसे हैं? हाँ बढ़िया, मैं सुन ही रहा था। मैं तो यही हूँ 2 दिन से, तो आराम से बैठा, तबीयत खराब।
Excuse me. Excuse me, side दीजिए ना।
चलो स्माइल हाँ भाई साहब थोड़ा साइड प्लीज हाँ
सीक्वेंस में नहीं खड़े मैडम, आप प्लीज थोड़ा आगे आएंगे। शॉर्ट कटेड आगे आ जाइए सर प्लीज आगे आइए।
भैया जी मुझे ले लो थोड़ा सा,
साइड हो जाओ
सर। एक मिनट सामने सर, एक मिनट प्लीज सामने सामने सर, मैम एक मिनट सामने
एयर ड्रॉप है, एयर ड्रॉप है क्या? अच्छा एयर ड्रॉप वाली तो आई थी, चलो ठीक है। हाँ मैंने कहा 760 ना आ जाओ सर के साथ।
Krishna, where are you?
ऑनलाइन टॉक चाहिए सर थर्सडे को शाम में 7:30 बजे कोई एनी थर्सडे थर्सडे ऑफ योर चॉइस एक्चुअली कर रहे हैं प्रोसेस आते रहता है लिखते रहते हैं गाने में काफी आप पहले से ही थे अच्छी बात है स्टिक मेडिसिन प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है ना आप तो शाश्वत योग सभा नाम का टॉपिक बताइए आप बताइए सब
क्या हो गया? अरे आ जाओ, आपके और भी कोई आए ना? बिंदु क्या है? आ जाओ आ जाओ।
कर लो
अच्छा ये क्या?
आएगा नहीं
हो रहा था उन्ना वाले है ना दोनों भी? हाँ प्रीति भी है। हाँ प्रीति का ये बगल में। अरे ये प्रीति आओ तो प्रीति मनसब आगे चलो अभी लंच है
बंद कर दिया
हट क्यों रहे हो? पास में आ जाओ, पास में आ जाओ, पास हट रहे हो मत। है ना? वाह ये बहुत वैल्यूबल है, सबसे महंगी है। 2 3 4 5 करो।
एक यहाँ से ले लो। शालिनी शालिनी हे शालिनी इधर से ले लो।
ये नहीं नहीं अरे नहीं बोल रहे।
Hello, hello, hello. I would request to all INO team to please big clap for Anand sir, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने वो नहीं किया था. We are here for only. We are having main gratitude for him.
एक मिनट
नंबर में रख लेना, तो जब भी नहीं आएगी ना
यहाँ पे ना, ठीक है।
हाँ
थैंक यू चल
एक मिनट यार ये लोग
ना आप इधर आ जाओ, सुनो ये आ जाएगा ना थोड़ा ठीक
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ सुधा भी आ जाओ। हाँ ये सर ये आ जाओ।
सर्टिफिकेट किसका है? टीएनजी आप आए, आपका सर्टिफिकेट दूसरे को दे दो। हाँ एक चलो पहले पुरुष और सुनो पहले पुरुष, ये महिलाएं बहुत ज्यादा अरे हटो ना,
मैंने दूर के मारे कह रहे हैं 2 9
बाद में निकल एक बोलो चलो बहुत बढ़िया। ओ भाई आप भी ले लो। और रेणु जी आ जाओ। सुनो भाई इनका, ये मैडम बहुत एक्टिव है, हाइपर हाइपर हो गया। चलो सुनो ये चलो आराधना काम भी करोगे ना?